Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests of the Insurance Forum, our event starts in 10 minutes. Please start taking your seats in the hall. We're ready to go.
Дамы и господа, уважаемые гости страхового форума, наше мероприятие начнется через 10 минут. Добро пожаловать в основной зал. Мы готовы к старту.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Recording in progress.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, honored guests. On behalf of the organizers, I cordially welcome you to the third annual Insurance Forum Kazakhstan Insurance Forum 2025. My name is Abai and today I will be with you throughout the event. I will also be accompanied by my colleague Aliyah.
Good afternoon. It is a great honor for us to see respected representatives of the insurance market of Kazakhstan and our international partners in the hall. Today, we will focus on key challenges and opportunities in order to jointly identify the industry's development vectors in a changing global context.
Under this eternal sky, on the land of our ancestors, the first idea of protection was born. Just as stars are born in the Milky Way, so was the idea of a common shield. In the cradle of Koksal, risks multiplied like stars in the Oort cluster. Every challenge, health, home, journey, business, needed its own shining protection. The first spheres of guarantees were born. Like the 7 stars of Shri firmly hold the sky, this is how the first insurance companies, pillars of society, appeared. Inside them, work was in full swing. Calculations, contracts, protection. The guarantee took shape. The era of speed has arrived. Data became the routes of the system, algorithms, its roads. The market became a living, dynamic structure, and a new star rose above this galaxy. Kazakhstan Insurance Forum. Just as Tamerkazit guides the nomad, so the forum guides the industry. It is a gathering point for experience, a generator of ideas, a magnet for opportunities. It is in the heart of the nomad who rides into the future. It is in the confidence of everyone whose path is illuminated by the radiance of the galaxy of guarantees, guided by its star.
Today's forum is held under the auspices of international cooperation. Before introducing our first speakers, let me briefly describe the organization whose support and chairmanship this year determine the high international status and strategic direction of our dialogue. For the welcoming speech and official opening of the forum, the head under whose chairmanship Kazakhstan heads the International Association of Insurance Guarantee Funds, IFIGS, in 2025 is invited. Aljas Ashkiyev, chairman of the management board of the Insurance Payment Guarantee Fund, is a leader who strengthens our country's position in the global insurance arena and builds confidence in the insurance system of Kazakhstan.
Hello. Dear guests, colleagues and partners, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to Almaty. Over the last 3 years, the Kazakhstan Insurance Forum has become one of the most important regional events in our industry. It brings together regulators, insurance companies, international organizations, and experts to exchange ideas, share experiences, and discuss ways to make our insurance market stronger and more stable. The Insurance Payment Guarantee Fund plays a key role in Kazakhstan insurance system. It protects policyholders and supports trust in the market. We provide guarantees for all types of compulsory insurance, all types of saving life insurance. These guarantees are backed by solid financial resources. Our total assets are reached 31.3 billion tenge, equity capital 8.6 billion tenge, and a reserve for guarantee payouts 26.8 billion tenge. We are supported by 25 insurance companies. This year is especially important for Kazakhstan. We hold the chairmanship of the International Forum of Insurance Guarantee Schemes. In 2025, IFIGS welcomed 3 new members: guarantee funds from Turkey, Uzbekistan, and Jordan, which helps grow opportunities for international cooperation. We are proud to host the 12th IFIGS International Conference here in Almaty. For the first time, the leadership of the International Association of Deposit Insurers is also joining us. We hope this meeting will start a strong partnership between IFIGS and IADI to improve guarantee systems around the world. Together with our shareholders and the Financial Market Regulator Agency of Kazakhstan, we are working on several important projects. The Euro Protocol system, which allows drivers to report accidents without police. A new actual education program in partnership with the new Narcos University. Online courses for the basic actual training. This forum is a platform where global experiences meet local innovations. Dear colleagues, insurance is a foundation that turns risk into protection and doubt into confidence. It's built on trust that insurance promises will be kept, no matter what happens in the market. Let this forum be space for open dialogue, new ideas, and strong partnership that help us build better and more secure future. Welcome to Kazakhstan Insurance Forum 2025. Thank you.
Thank you to the IPGF chairman for an inspiring start. Mediner Abilkaziamoer, chairman of the Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan for Regulation and Development of the Financial Market, is invited to give a welcoming speech. Under her leadership, initiatives are being implemented to develop and strengthen the country's financial sector.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the Kazakhstan Insurance Forum 2025, dear members of the International Forum of Insurance Guarantee Schemes, dear partners, colleagues, I'm very pleased to welcome all of you here in Almaty, Kazakhstan, at the 12th conference of the International Forum of Insurance Guarantee Schemes. I'm especially proud to welcome here Mr. Alistair Campbell, the President of the International Forum of Insurance Guarantee Schemes, as well as representatives of the presiding member countries, Mr. Jahun Yu from South Korea and Mr. Miguel Lopez from Spain. Today we are also proud to welcome the representatives from 27 countries. Thank you all of you for finding time to come here to Almaty, to Kazakhstan, and I hope we will have a very productive forum. Kazakhstan Insurance Forum 2025 is a platform where the insurance of future will be discussed. The future that is technological, sustainable, fair, and people-centered. This year, for the first time, representatives of two major international organizations are gathered together at one venue. It's International Forum of Insurance Guarantee Schemes, as well as representatives of the International Association of Deposit Insurers. This event carries special significance for Kazakhstan, as it is for the first time that Kazakhstan is hosting such an important event. International Forum of Insurance Guarantee Schemes is a distinguished professional association that brings together 26 nations with a shared goal of establishing global standards for insurance protection, ensuring the resilience of financial systems, and promoting fairness for consumers. The forum's mission centers on advancing insurance guarantee mechanisms, safeguarding the rights of policyholders, and facilitating the exchange of best international practices. Membership in the International Forum marks a significant step forward, enabling Kazakhstan to elevate its cooperation to a new level. The active participation of Kazakhstan's Insurance Payment Guarantee Fund within the forum has not only reinforced our international collaboration, but also played an important role in advancing best practices here in our national insurance sector. This year, 3 new members have joined International Forum of International Guarantee Schemes. It's a guarantee funds from Turkey, Uzbekistan, and Jordan. This reflects a growing interest and confidence in the mechanisms of international cooperation within the field of insurance protection. I would also like to take a moment to briefly discuss the recent developments in Kazakhstan insurance market. As we chair the forum and the International Forum this year, we see that the potential of the insurance sector in Kazakhstan is very high. but it is still has a lot of ways to develop further. Today, our economy, the GDP of Kazakhstan is close already to 300 billion US dollars, but the share of insurance sector in percentage to GDP is about 2.5%, which we believe is much below the potential of this sector. However, Kazakhstan over the past 5 years has been taking significant measures to develop its insurance sector. The assets of the sector have tripled over the last 5 years, and they reached 6.6 billion US dollars. Insurance coverage is expanding among both physical persons and businesses. The number of policies issued has doubled, totaling 23 million contracts. Insurance premiums have also tripled, amounting to USD $3 billion, while insurance payouts increased 1.5 times, reaching 640 US dollars in 2024. The key driver and the key trend in the insurance sector of Kazakhstan today is, of course, digital transformation. Since 2024, Kazakhstan has automated the online settlement of insurance claims across all compulsory types of insurance. It is now possible to conclude insurance contracts, file claims, receive payments directly to bank accounts online, without the need to visit insurance offices or submit any paper documents. The key initiatives that was already mentioned with the participation of Kazakhstan Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund is the introduction of the first digital product, the Euro Protocol, which simplifies processing claims for minor road traffic accidents without involving police or courts. The average payout period has been reduced from several months to just 5 days in cases where damage assessment is not required. A major step forward in digitalization was integration of the unified insurance database, which is run by the National Bank of Kazakhstan, with 38 government databases. Currently, the unified insurance database compiles statistics for all insurance contracts, and this enabled the automation of premium calculation for compulsory car insurance and many other developments. In Kazakhstan, special attention is being given to the development of insurance products tailored to the social needs of our citizens. In 2024, significant reform was implemented in compulsory insurance system for workplace accident coverage. Employees with a history of working in severe and dangerous conditions now have the opportunity to retire at age of 55 and receive a monthly pre-retirement annuity insurance payment until they reach age of 63. Also, we've established motivations for employers. So insurance companies now have to pay special compensation payments, we call them preventive payments from insurance organizations, to all affected workers to support their health recovery. So the implementation of these measures resulted in an increase in insurance payout in this class of coverage by 3 times over the last year only. Approximately 50 million US dollars has been paid out in the first 7 months of 2025. Another very important development is a big focus on annuity insurance products. Kazakhstan has introduced its first government-subsidized insurance product, a life-saving insurance under the state educational accumulative system. Additionally, starting this year, we launched a new product. It's called Kelishek system. It also provides additional capital from the government resources, and these funds are designated for children aged 5 whose parents have either concluded life savings insurance contracts or opened special educational savings accounts. Currently, all types of annuities are available to citizens of Kazakhstan, including deferred and joint annuities. This variety enables everyone to select the most suitable product to ensure a stable income during retirement and to effectively plan their financial security. It is also important that all insurance products are fully backed by the Insurance Payment Guarantee Fund. Also, recently, just in June of this year, the new law was signed, which basically extends the guarantees of fund to all types of life accumulation insurance products. Another priority task that we currently working on is catastrophic insurance. The key challenge for the country is ensuring financial protection for the population in the event of natural disasters. Over the last 2 years, we've been working on developing a model for catastrophic insurance for Kazakhstan with the support of international organizations, ADB, the World Bank, international experts. We developed a model for financing natural disaster risks in Kazakhstan. It's a multi-layer system which includes both budget financing, emergency lending, as well as we plan to introduce a compulsory insurance of property for all citizens of Kazakhstan who live in the areas which are basically have a danger of being prone to the danger of earthquakes, floods, spring floods, and forest fires. So these are 4 types of catastrophic risks that will be covered under this compulsory property insurance scheme. Currently, with the government, we are working on the specifics of this fund. Dear participants, so these are the key developments in the insurance sector. I believe that today's forum and your experience will benefit Kazakhstan as well, but also all other member countries. We will be happy to share our experiences, and we're looking forward for a very very fruitful discussion, constructive discussion. I wish all of you very productive forum, and again, we are very proud to host all of you here. Thank you for coming to Almaty, Kazakhstan. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
We invite to the stage Deputy Chairman of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Head of the Permanent Representative Office of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan in Almaty, Vitaly Tutushkin.
Hi, Vatan. Good morning. Доброе утро. Уважаемые участники форума.
Well, dear participants of the forum, on behalf of the National Bank, let me welcome all of you at today's event. Well, it is known that the National Bank remains to be committed to the open dialogue with the market and to conduct different discussions on aspects of financial markets. So this forum is yet another important event that helps us organize this discussion platform between the National Bank and the financial sector players and other stakeholders. It allows us to discuss different aspects of financial market, and we will eventually, I'm sure, will find new ideas and new solutions and will outline the new strategy. We pay a lot of attention to sustainability and maturity of the insurance sector as an inseparable part of the financial system as a whole. Lately, in the last few years, the financial sector, including the insurance sector, has been growing amidst the conditions of digitalization, overall digitalization. On one hand, it means the online products, development of the online products, their promotion, opening of the channels to promote them. On the other hand, we need to enhance the confidence and guarantee the trust and confidence of the consumers. And that, of course, requires certain flexibility and adaptation and readiness to work with the consumers, as well as using digital channels in interacting with the clients, using large data models and all of those. And that's something that, of course, changes the insurance sector. Therefore, it is important to maintain the balance between the sector and between the information technologies. The cornerstone of development is the shaping of the insurance market figuring out a structure and finding out the best solution that will protect the clients from a variety of risks. I would like to underscore once again the importance of today's forum, and I'm sure that it will not be the place to just sum up the midterm results of the sector, but also will help us identify the future strategies, future goals and missions, exchange ideas, best practices, and international practice as well. Availing myself of this opportunity, and on behalf of the National Bank, I would like to thank all the participants of the forum for your contribution to development of the financial sector, and I look forward to our cooperation for the sake of economic strengthening and improvement of the citizens' well-being. I wish you all a very fruitful discussion, interesting ideas, and continuation of our work.
Colleagues, this year the forum has become even more special.
That's right, Arbari, because this year KIF is held under the auspices of the international organization IFIGS. Let's take a closer look at them.
Attention to the screen, colleagues.
IFIGS, building a global community for insurance protection. When insurers fail, we unite to safeguard policyholders worldwide. Uniting over 25 countries, IFIGS sets global standards and shares knowledge to safeguard insurance payouts. In 2025, Kazakhstan holds the IFIGS chairmanship. The Kazakhstan Insurance Guarantee Fund leads the forum. Under Kazakhstan's leadership, IFIGS focused on dialogue, reform, and exploring new horizons for the insurance guarantee community.
Key achievements: expanded to 26 members with Turkey and Uzbekistan and Jordan.
Advanced the global insolvency catalog. Successfully hosted the 12th IFIGS conference in Almaty. IFIGS, where guarantee means not just protection, but true global partnership.
We open the discussion section of the Kazakhstan Insurance Forum 2025 and move on to the first panel session.
The first panel session is devoted to discussing the key areas of its development, insurance market forecasts and trends, regulatory challenges and development opportunities.
Moderator, Rodolfo Werhan and Werhan Consulting. Speakers:
Kajiver M., Deputy Chairperson Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan for Regulation and Development of the Financial Market.
Bakhmutova E., Chairman of the Board of AFK.
Have Ojo, ODJO Actuary Council.
Jarl Kure, Special Advisor at Danish Financial Supervisory Authority, EIOPA.
Leyla Guliever, Representative of the Insurance Regulator, Central Bank of Azerbaijan.
Good morning. My name is Rodolfo Werhan. I will be moderating this first panel. It's always difficult to be the first panel, but we will do our best. I'd like to congratulate the organizers. This has been a fantastic setup. You see the stars, astronomy and actuarial science, they go hand in hand. They both predict the future. We have here a very distinguished panel representing Kazakhstan and 3 international speakers that are here to share with us in the first part of the panel development initiatives. And without further ado, I would like to ask Hervé from France, good friend of mine, to share with us some numbers from the French insurance sector, as well as the challenges that the insurance sector is seeing to develop further insurance. Hervé, please.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to be here with you today. I would like to thank all the organizers to invite me again here in Kazakhstan this year. And okay, I want to share some kind of view or experience that we have in France on insurance markets with you to see how things move in France. First of all, I would like to tell you that, as you know, France, being part of Europe, used Solvency II since 2016. We have now 10 years experience on Solvency II, okay? And based on that, I can give you some figures just to see what is the size of the French market. First of all, we have more than 580 companies in France, okay? The main part are mutuals, small mutuals. There are about 260 mutuals in France, very small mutuals. And this is a result of a lot of concentration following Solvency II, okay? And for non-life company, we are 171 non-life company and about 100 life companies, okay? We have some reinsurance companies, very small part of insurance. And something is happening in France now. We can see some captives that are coming back to France. In the past, they used to go to Luxembourg and these countries, and they start coming back, okay? Talking about the size in premium size, the premium volume on our market is about 280 billion euros. In France, it's not a small market in Europe. And the main part is from life and health. 73% is from life and health. And the other part is from non-life, okay? That's the figures. Then what are the challenges? The challenges, if I want to talk about the challenges, I can see the angle of the risk, the perception of risk of the management of this company, how they perceive the future. Till last year, till 2024, the top risk that companies can see on the market was, you can see, the cyber risk. Okay, cyber risk. Because I think people are really afraid, or the manager are really afraid about the consequences of this kind of risk, and followed by the climate change, because following the several natural catastrophes that we had on the continent and in France, and companies, they are seeing now that catastrophe risk and the climate change will have a lot of impact on the business in the future. And the third risk was what we call the economical environment risk. Like you see in this context, in this world context, we had inflation several more years ago, and now the taxes issues everywhere in the world, and this can impact the markets. In 2025, the perception has changed a little bit. Now the climate change becomes the top risk with the climate change and the cyber risk, okay? And the economic environment risk stay the third one, okay? That's what they perceive as the three top challenges, risk speaking. But we stay in the environment with the AI and also big data issues. And they also show that will change the way we are doing business on the market now in the future, My profession, talking as an actuary, I'm really sure that in several years we will not work like we used to work in the past, okay? And we have to change our view on actual science, yeah.
Thank you, Hervé. Just a very short follow-up question. Climate risk is very important. Do you think Solvency II captures these risks well?
That's a good question. I want to say yes, of course, because Solvency II is a risk-based supervision or risk-based regulation. And then the main part of the market use standard formula, okay? And as several people here know, the standard formula on some catastrophe risks are not so far from an internal model, are not so far. And some companies also had the possibility to develop internal models. Okay, if you decide to develop internal model, I think this will capture your risk. Okay, but what is interesting is in this new system is you really take into account your exposure, and also the reinsurance protection that you have on this exposure. That's the interesting thing.
Thank you, Hervé. Let's move on and ask Leila to share with us a bit data from the Azerbaijani market, please.
Hi, everyone. First, I would like thank to organizers. I'm happy to be here from Central Bank of Azerbaijan, and I would like express my gratitude to organizers to bringing together such distinguished experts and regulators together. This is great opportunity for us to be here and share our knowledge and experience. About Azerbaijan insurance market is stable and growing market with 17 market players. 11 of them is non-life insurance and 5 of them is life insurance. One is a reinsured company. Our premiums at the end of the 2024 was 0.8 billion USD, and approximately 50% of premium comes from life insurance and 50% comes from non-life insurance. And 25% premiums belongs to voluntary insurance, the rest of them to compulsory insurance. About claims, approximately 0.4 billion USD. At the end of the 2024, it amounted 0.4 billion, and approximately 65% belongs to life insurance. And beside this stable growth, our market also resilient. If I would like to mention our capital, about capitalization. Balance capital at the end of the 2024 is about 0.3 million, and available capital is 0.2 million. Required capital 0.1 million USD. This means that our available capital is approximately twice of required capital, and this buffer let us cover potential risks. So penetration rate in our country is 1.1%, and premium capital is about 7-8 USD. Yes.
What about the challenges that you see in the insurance sector?
Challenges, I think we should work on insurance literacy for a stable growth. We have separate financial literacy department at Central Bank. They work on these issues for banking, for insurance, for capital markets. And I think in the future we will, handle this problem.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jarl from Denmark, if you would like to share with us your vast experience on Europe and Denmark, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Rodolfo. And thanks a lot to the organizers for inviting me to this conference. I'm looking very much forward to this very important one. On Denmark, smaller countries in Northern Europe, we have 68 insurers in smaller countries. Actually, been a fair amount of consolidation in the recent years, but this creates a kind of good competition among market participants. And if we just try to see what is the premium income in this market, we have a $53 billion premiums a year. A major part of that is in the life sector. Actually, if you see what is accumulated over the year in technical provision in the insurance sector, it's more than 900 billion US dollars. So to compare this with GDP, it's more than double of the annual GDP that is accumulated in the technical provision in the insurance sector. So of course it's a very important part of the Danish economy. On capital in the market, being in Europe, we're using Solvency II framework. So if we take the accumulated capital, it's on average 240% of the required capital in the what we call solvency capital requirement in Europe. So not in average, not close to the breach of 100%. And it's of course the diversification among firms, but in generally very good capitalized markets. Rodolfo, you asked about what is the main risk in the insurance sector what could influence that, and I will start with three main issues. First, most important one is that we see cyber risk as a risk similar to in France. And what are we doing about this? It's difficult for the industry to address cyber risk by nature. We're trying to have reporting systems so insurers can learn from cyber attack from outside. So and of course the supervisor is a part of that one. That's number one, cyber risk. Number two, we see is what we call geopolitical risk. It's out of war situations in part of the world, also in Europe, and this trade tariffs situation that creates a bit of uncertainty these days. So what's the impact of financial market, stock market, interest rates on this that will influence insurers? The third risk we see is actually risk of a crash in infrastructure part. So what if electricity systems is shut off? What if payment systems are not working properly? We cannot use a credit card or anything. This will create a huge disruption. So this is the risk that we see as number three. If I should put one more small, if I'm allowed to, Rodolfo, one more small one on more insurance-specific risk is that we see in health and accident insurance, we see a huge increase in claims over the last years. So the combined ratio or the relationship between premiums and claims payout is really doing bad. So we see this as a potential risk. So we're following this closely and express our concern to industry about this. Thanks a lot.
Oh, thank you. Small follow-up question. You mentioned Denmark has accumulated a lot of assets for retirement, basically. Can you share with us two reasons why this has happened? Because this is really amazing.
I think part of it is historical, and part of it is the structure. The historic reason is that already in early 90s, so this is, 30 years ago, a lot was more or less enforced by the labor contracts to contribute to the life insurance or the retirement pensions. So today, it's quite normal that you add 14 to 20% of your monthly salary into your life insurance or retirement. But of course, there's also a tax incentive. Denmark is known for having high taxes, so tax incentive have a huge impact. So this is a historic reason. And the other one is, unlike many other countries, pension funds are seen as life insurers. So in that sense, the market is growing.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Just before we move into Kazakhstan, both of the European experts have mentioned cyber risk, and that to me is an operational risk. So the big question would be, under Solvency II, which is the regime in Europe, how is this operational risk covered? Do you feel comfortable with the requirements?
Should I start? Okay. Well, it's not that the Solvency II framework, the Pillar 1 has a capital charge explicit for cyber risk. And how should this be measured anyway? So it will be, of course, anyone could come up with a formula, but it may not reflect the risk anyway. So in reality, Solvency II is more that it's in encouraging the risk culture and encouraging firms to be aware of risk that is also outside the capital formula. And in that sense, I think maybe also what Hervé was stressing before, that Solvency II is encouraging this risk awareness and addressing this. And supervisors are trying to collect information about this, also to have more awareness of such kind of risks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hervé, you want to add something?
Yeah, just a few words. I think for operational risk, the most important thing is not the capital charge. No. What's in the discussion that the market have now on operational risk, especially due to cyber risk, is the reputational risk after a cyber attack. You know, how this can affect your business. And this is the real companies are really afraid about this. And maybe we were lucky. Till now, we don't see huge attack, including during the war, because this war context was, they anticipate this war context like as the risky context due to cyber risk. And now what we observe after till 2024, we don't have so many attacks on insurance. There are some attacks, but not huge attacks on companies. And now maybe the perception is changing. I'm not sure that is really in line with the real risk, but the perception is changing.
Thank you very much. Maria Hashiva, can you educate us on the Kazakhstan insurance sector, the challenges, the size, anything that will make us more intelligent about how you are treating the insurance sector? Thank you.
Well, as we know, there are 25 insurance companies. In Kazakhstan, 9 of them are life insurance companies. The sector is growing and developing dynamically. Recently, in 2022, we passed a law that significantly changed the rules of the insurance market. The list of guaranteed areas, clusters have been expanded. Actually, almost all the insurance clusters are covered by the payments guarantee scheme, insurance guarantee schemes, and pensions, pension annuities, social pensions, as well as the state educational cumulative insurances. They're all guaranteed by the state. So as a result of the innovation, we now have the new modern products that meet the modern needs of the citizens and of the business. The cluster of pension annuity insurance have expanded, have developed. The delayed pension insurance products have also evolved. So the insurance market of Kazakhstan, in terms of the product lineup, is quite vast. Unfortunately, though, the main area or the main kind of focus is on mandatory insurance. And therefore, it is our job as a regulator and as an insurance market is to introduce and change the voluntary insurance. In the last 7 years, 7 new types of voluntary insurance products have been introduced. So we have the insurance for the lawyers, the legal experts, representative of different companies, medical workers, and also there is medical insurance for working migrants, and so on. So in 2025, we launched the new class of insurance, such as the liability of venues where large crowds of people are gathered. So these measures reflect Kazakhstan's intentions to create a modern and stable market, socially kind of oriented market. Alongside with that, we still find it important to develop and grow further automation and digitization of different insurance-related processes. My colleagues have already mentioned that we have some operational risks that we need to tackle on the digitization. However, it is also important to enhance and increase the financial literacy, something that has been mentioned by our colleague from Azerbaijan. Well, regrettably, the insurance culture is rather underdeveloped in Kazakhstan. We've been working hard to get the association of financiers with the other stakeholders of the financial markets to improve the financial literacy of the people. So the new insurance products occur, the quality of insurance services improve as well. And the third area that we've been working on is the strengthening of the existing infrastructure of the insurance market, as well as strengthening of the financial stability and solvency of the insurance market. So when it comes to the first part, then we keep on the transformation, the digital transformation of the sector. We have implemented a full cycle of digital servicing, starting from the conclusion of a policy, signing off of a policy, up to the payment, insurance payments. The next step will be similar digitization for voluntary insurances. Actually, all the insurance companies began sending the information to the uniform database of insurers. So it is important for us to create the necessary database, to have large data and big data, so because those help us develop the sector and develop the financial sector as a whole. At the same time, the regulator requires the insurance companies to automate their internal processes, and that's first and foremost, actually, effort to tackle operational risks. Also to guarantee transparency. It's all done in order to cut down the costs and actually guarantee better transparency. And prior to introduction of Solvency II and IFRS 18 in Kazakhstan, this is a huge challenge that we have to face. As for the second area, we've been working, the regulator and the insurers have been working together to implement a number of key projects. We consider the insurance sector as socially oriented sector, primarily, and therefore one of our main tasks, one of our main jobs is to develop and strengthen the role of voluntary medical insurance in the system of the kind of public health care as a whole. Kazakhstan currently actually Kazakhstan's 50% of the medical insurance market is distributed between 3 players, and the premium for voluntary medical insurance has increased up to 99 billion tenge, and the size of the insurance premiums has also increased by 85. Insurance payments has increased by 85% as well. The volume of payment, kind of the absolute numbers, have increased up to 37 billion tenge. Nevertheless, the coverage by the voluntary medical insurance remains low, because 16% for this kind of insurance is simply insignificant, simply meager. Well, the third aspect is that given Kazakhstan's exposure to different catastrophes, of course, we need to focus on property insurance. Well, along with the mandatory insurance of at-risk population, we also work on development of voluntary property insurance as a class. Well, unfortunately, the share of such insurers is really low. We're talking about 3.2%. In some regions, such as Almaty, this share is slightly higher. Well, because Almaty has a risk of earthquakes or is prone to earthquakes, and about 70% of people in Almaty have the voluntary property insurance, but that's still not enough. And because of that, the government, the regulator, and the insurance market work together to create an effective model of catastrophic insurance. So in order to improve the insurance while maintaining the necessary level of penetration, we've been thinking of actually organizing some insurance classes into kind of groups of classes that will allow us to create a more flexible insurance and will allow the insurance companies come up with more flexible and adaptive insurance products. And also under the third area, we would like to mention the importance of improving and enhancing the capacity of the insurance market and reinsurance. So actually the current capacity that's being used is only 10% of the insurance payments. The growth made 27% in the last 4 years. However, we do see there is an opportunity for growth because the ongoing capital of the insurance companies allows them to insure the larger portion of the risk inside their country. And infrastructural activities, of course, will be conducted. We do believe and we see that there is a need to create a standalone actuarial center that will do the risk analysis based on one uniform insurance database. It will help us come up with better forecasts of the risks for different segments of the market. And the effective law that has been just recently signed by the president in July this year will introduce certain amendments and changes, expanding the opportunities for the insurance companies in the field of IT, information technologies. We hope that this law will enable the insurance companies set up a special kind of guidebook on the cost of spare parts, will help them do other important things by using the IT systems or IT infrastructure, architecture that will probably be set up at the insurance company level. So that kind of guidebook, that kind of reference book will help us better and more accurately assess the damage. Well, we understand that damage assessment is one of the cornerstones of the discussion that the insurance sector is having. If we look at the ombudsman's work, then probably 91% of complaints submitted to the insurance ombudsman have to do with the accurate or inaccurate damage assessment. So since I mentioned the ombudsman, then of course I would like to notion that under the draft law on banking activity that is being developed by the agency, by the regulator, a single ombudsman for all the sectors of financial market will be set up. That will help us unify and harmonize the handling of all different claims with different clusters, with different sectors, and also help us better protect the consumer. Well, these are the main areas that I wanted to cover. The risks that have been mentioned by the colleagues require our special attention, definitely. The operational risks, given the global automation and digitization, is one of the main risks, turns into one of the main risks. However, the risk of solvency has always been there and remains to be a risk, especially if we want to develop the incoming reinsurance.
I think the regulator has been very, very busy, as you can see from the large amount of activity. I have a provocative question. When I hear you explaining that the regulator has introduced so many new products, compulsory products, and that, I was wondering, as an external consultant, why is this initiative not coming from the private sector? Do you have any reasoning why this is happening? Before we pass the word to Yelena, maybe some thoughts on why are you pushing the supply side instead of hoping that the private sector comes with that?
Well, that's a very good question, yes. We really are struggling when it comes to voluntary insurance products, yes. It might have to do with the historical background of the insurance market. For many, many years, the main direction, the main vector for Kazakh insurance markets were mandatory classes of insurance, and the business that was built then kind of was customized towards those types of insurance. And now the insurance companies together with us are working on this. Well, I can't say that's only the regulator pushing the supply. I must actually mention the insurance market keeps on developing new products and keeps on strengthening and enhancing its presence at the financial market, and also has been working quite actively to improve the financial literacy of the public. But unfortunately, it is a little slower than we would want to see it.
I think, you know, in other countries, actually, the private sector comes to the regulator with sometimes crazy products. So the regulator basically stops them. Here we see the opposite, so that's a great opportunity to ask Yelena, representing the private sector, to share with us what is hindering the development from the private sector side, if you may. Thank you, Yelena.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in this meeting, this forum. Yes, we do have a lot of participants from other countries, representatives of our region as well. Well, before I start talking about the problems and hindrances, I would like to underscore that the challenges and the efforts that are being undertaken by the countries in the region, and actually has been mentioned by the representative of Azerbaijan and developed country, all of these are present equally in Kazakhstan. So this kind of insignificant level of participation of the insurance market that has been complained about by Madina Rasilova actually is present, does exist. But in the last few years, we've significantly improved the level of assets and level of premiums versus GDP. But as you have correctly mentioned, Rodolfo, most of them are driven by the state initiative rather than by the private initiative. However, it does not mean that the private sector is moving kind of in line with the regulator's instruction or the state kind of initiative. No, the private sector follows all the trends that are present in the world. While we do have the contacts with other participants of the market, Some of the companies are involved in international reinsurance, so of course they have to meet all the requirements that are imposed at the international market. However, going back to the hindrances and obstacles or the attitude to the trends and potential barriers that prevent the private sector from meeting all these requirements, actually, then there are three aspects. First of all, many of you and actually everyone mentioned digitalization, and Kazakhstan is one of the leaders in this sector, and not only in the region, but also amongst the CIS countries. I mean, that's usually where we kind of put ourselves and compare ourselves against. So we are the leaders in terms of digitizing the state databases, and that created the room and opportunities for digitizing all the other sectors as well. And actually, it's being done equally by both the state and the businesses. And not only the banks, but also other participants of the market meet this trend.
This is the reason for which it is essentially important for the insurance companies to get full and direct access to digital databases. Right now, unfortunately, this is not the case. Yes, it is provided, it goes without saying, but it is not direct access, which is why it may probably cause insufficiency in proposed new products and insufficient fight against fraud. And this is something that we have to overcome, and this is our goal. In all the countries, client-focused model is really very important, is very relevant. And unfortunately, in Kazakhstan, the situation is such that we have only compulsory insurance methods, and therefore the basis for creation of products which will be individually tailor-made for the clients are missing. This is why I believe that we have to get back to this issue, and we should not overindulge in various insurance pools, because insurance pools can actually result in the loss of individualized access and may distort competition. The insurance pools can be applied actually for insurance of some complicated risks where there is limited spread of such risks. But I believe that it will not be prudent to use such models in Kazakhstan. I would also like to mention the third challenge. Everybody touched on this risk, on this peril. This is something which is very closely related to digitalization, namely cyber risks, possibility of a new pandemic. These are the new challenges of global challenges, and Kazakhstan will have to comply with these problems as well. Therefore, we really have to cooperate with the leading countries, and as it is very well known, this issue is being discussed on the very top level by the president of our country. And I mean here AI possible withstand to cyber attacks, but I believe that the market will also have to be ready on in its turn, because we really need to have the qualified personnel, because such new threats as cyber threats, for example, cyber risks or cyber insurance that is being under discussion right now, will require the availability of competent professionals among actuaries, risk managers, and it goes without saying, it will also require financial literacy. The regulator is actually taking a lot of various actions, and we are fully compliant with Solvency II, with risk-oriented supervision, and even incentivization of various types of saving insurance, especially in educational center. We do have all these instruments, but for us to be able to get back to the private market initiatives, making sure that the clients will understand that it's not just their obligation to participate in the insurance, system, but it's a kind of reasonable restriction of their participation in the financial markets. But we will have to get back anyway to the idea that social focus is really very good, but the insurance is also protecting us against any material loss. This is why I believe that we really have to get back to this particular idea, and we have to be focused on the relationship with the client, the relationship with the government, so that the government will understand that this model is a market model and financial stability is the priority. The regulator, in its turn, will have to find a balance between the consumer protection rights and sustainability of insurance companies. And the most important thing is that we have to incentivize our clients thanks to the improvement of the financial literacy and the understanding that insurance will reduce their risks. And I believe that the insurance fund is really helping us because all the types of insurances are now subject to the security provided by the insurance fund, and we really have to popularize this possibility so that the public at large will be involved into this process.
We have time for 2 questions from the audience. If you please indicate your name and present the question. Unfortunately, we have only time for 2 critical questions. Please, the floor is open. Okay. Yes, please. Microphone, please.
Good morning, добрый день.
Good morning, Gauharka Simhanova. I'm the insurance broker. Rodolfo, you asked us to ask some smart and critical questions. As a matter of fact, the question is probably related to everybody present here, because recently I conducted a study, and the problem of introducing Solvency II in European countries as well as in Kazakhstan is probably boiling down to the fact that there is a compliance-based culture, which is viewed as one of the risk factors. That is to say, the culture among the insurers who pay more attention to be compliant with the requirements of the regulator and be compliant with the regulatory norms rather than developing the market. Therefore, the question is as follows. From your point of view, what can be done to minimize this compliance-based culture? That is to say, culture which is based on the compliance to regulatory requirements, rather than to be more focused on the development of voluntary products and some alliances, and in other words, to develop the insurance market. Thank you.
Both of you from Kazakhstan may want to answer this question.
Let me probably start, and then Maria Zhamalovna, as a regulator, will follow up. I believe that the introduction of Solvency II will actually incentivize the introduction of individual products. Indeed, in the culture, there is such a phenomenon, not only in the insurance market, but among all the financial organizations, when we are too much committed to the compliances and procedures. Which are a cornerstone of our activity. But Solvency II anticipates self-evaluation. It's a different step. And therefore, the relationship between the regulator and the market is more important. You have to have more trust and confidence in each other. But to deserve this trust, you should not fail. I believe that this is the main risk. Of course, we're going to follow the international norms that are based on the regulatory principles, which are based not on the rules, but on the compliance. And I believe that it's a very long way that we all have to cover. Yes, indeed, Elena Leonidovna is absolutely right from the point of view that compliance too is pretty conservative. It is conservative by default, by its nature. This is why the risk management system in every organization will have to probably weigh and evaluate the most acceptable for the organization compliance to risks and the limitations put forth by the compliance departments. And when it is based on practical experience, we'll probably have some issues and challenges and problems that will have to be streamlined inside every company. Technically wise, the compliance should not actually hamper the development. In its turn, the development should not work in such a way that we should not pay any attention to procedures and processes, because every organization is first and foremost represented by the processes and procedures, and we really have to be compliant with the best practices. And we have to anticipate in the framework of behavioral supervision any type of violation in our relationship with the clients, because the compliance services are aiming at the minimization of the risks for the organization. Therefore, the balance between compliances and risks will have to be under continuous control of somebody else, of a third party, because the structure of the organization will have to be refined in such a way that this balance will have to be kept. And without a third party acting as a referee, probably it will be next to impossible to reach such balance.
Eyal, with your vast experience in introducing Solvency II in the different European countries, can you share with us the change in culture that had to take place in order to absorb Solvency II, please?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, I worked for IOPA for many years, so I visited several European countries and saw the supervisory culture here. So what we have seen after introducing Solvency II is that many supervisors needed to not only industry needed to be risk-based, also the supervisors needed to be more risk-based. And what does that mean? We've seen many supervisors changing their priority, so not focusing on all to be compliant and not to be what one could call legalistic supervision, checking things. Instead of they moved into more focus on what can go wrong, so be more forward-looking. So there's been what one could call a cultural change in many supervisors to make sure that this is working. That doesn't mean that every tiny mistake is penalized. It means that it's appropriate action, and it is a difficult. It's not easy to be a risk-based supervisor, because some of the challenge is also to have appropriate actions when you see mistakes. Yeah? So every supervisor is monitoring the market, but also you should go to the next step. You should express your expectation when you see a risk to the market participants. And in the end, it's difficult to do an appropriate, more severe action. So of course, closing the company is most severe action, but not always. You see civil companies civil supervisors not giving industry too many fines anymore, because this created a kind of compliance culture. Is it perfect? No, it's not. But is it more risk-based, and do you have more policyholder protection? Maybe yes.
Thank you, Eyal. Unfortunately, we're kind of running out of time. Just a word. Introducing Solvency II, yes, it's a cultural change, difficult, and it takes time to adapt. But it has a great advantage, because then Kazakhstan will be seen from outside as a well-supervised, regulated market, and this certainly will attract foreign business inside the country in the form of incoming reinsurance, and also probably creating a hub for the whole region. I would like to thank the panel, the audience, and wish you a successful continuation of this forum. Thank you very much.
Dear panelists, we are grateful for your reports and the maintained discussion. Your discussion was interesting and useful for our foreign guests. Now I would like to invite a participant to coffee break, and I would like to invite guests from the IFIGS and international speakers and Madina Rasulovna, Vitaly Alexeyevich to group photo near the stage. Welcome.
Many thanks to moderator Rodolfo V. and all distinguished speakers for their in-depth analysis and forecasts. Colleagues, for a productive exchange of opinions and recuperation, we invite you to a coffee break. See you in 30 minutes. Dear participants, please go to the hall. The second session starts in 5 minutes.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал. Вторая сессия начнется через 5 минут.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
We are glad to see you again in the hall. We hope that the coffee break gave you strength for the next important and interesting discussion.
That's right, Aliyah. And now we are moving on to the second panel session, Future of Motor Insurance, Fair Pricing, Transparent Claims, and Digital Solution.
Moderator, Verefkin V, Chairman of the Board of AIK. Speakers.
Tolbek FS, Deputy Director of the Insurance Market and Actuarial Calculations Department of the agency.
Sergio De Santos, ANIA, Association Nationale FRA l'Emprise Assicuratrice.
Tulshave, Deputy Chairman of the Board of Freedom Finance Insurance. Maklitsave, Deputy Head of the Loss Settlement Methodology Department at RAMI. Anuarbikova L, Chair of the Board of JSC State Credit Bureau.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Good day. Those who are still out there, please come inside or maybe start thinking about coming inside because we expect to have quite an interesting session. So, technical service, could I please have the clicker for the presentations? Because we do have presentations prepared and we will need to change the slides. Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Well, shall we start? This is the first time I'm moderating a session in my life, so I hope everything will be seamless. Today we'll be talking about mandatory insurance, the MTPL insurance, but despite the fact that this class has been around for 27 years and many got already tired of it, but this topic is relevant at any moment of time, in any conversation, and oftentimes, actually, we had a meeting recently at the State Credit Bureau, and we spoke about digitization and further development of the uniform database, but ended up, discussing the mandatory civil liability insurance and MTPL products. So since we're talking about it, it means that it's quite relevant, and it is something that is even a painful thing for our market. In Kazakhstan, MTPL, the mandatory MTPL, was introduced back in 1996 by the governmental decree number 1319, and it came into effect as of 1st of January 1997. Actually, I do remember the 31st of December of 1996, when a huge number of motor vehicle owners were lining up to buy a policy, an insurance policy. It all been happening at the Ruskulov Avenue. There was only one small kiosk at one insurance company where I bought my insurance policy for the first time ever, and I couldn't have imagined what that class of insurance will turn into, how the insurance market will grow and evolve. And I could never have imagined that we will be sitting here discussing all these problems. And I'm a graduate of law school, and actually I had to take my insurance exams 3 times. Because back then I did not believe in insurance. Banks are the ones who should cover the financial sector, and that should be sufficient. But somehow I have been working in insurance company and insurance sector since 1998, and I'm extremely happy that this happened in my life. And we will be discussing the transformation of this class. We will be discussing the stages that this class of insurance went through. We will go through the attitude and perception of this class of insurance in the society and the prospects of it. They are all important, and they will be covered by Sirikbosan Umbetov. So Sirikbosan has a presentation, as far as I know, the head of the Mandatory Insurance Department. So of the Financial Regulation Agency. Hello, dear colleagues, dear guests. I am very happy to be sitting here in front of you. Well, let me talk about the mandatory car insurance in Kazakhstan. The system of MTPL has been evolving for more than 20 years, and at the moment, it is an important element of the protection against different risks. In 2003, a key law was passed on mandatory insurance of the motor vehicle owners, civil liability of motor vehicle owners. At the same time, the fund for guaranteeing insurance payments has also been set up, including for this class of insurance. In 2010, the insurance ombudsman was set up that allowed us to resolve different disputes before going to court and prior to going to court. At the same time, a platform was set up that accumulates all the information about all different mandatory insurances. And also the bonus-malus system was set up that directly connects the insurance contract with the kind of the driver's history of driving. So the fewer the road accident, the traffic accidents for the driver, the cheaper is the insurance. In 2018, the damage assessment was transferred to the insurers, and this is the same year the continuity of the contract has also been introduced. So the contract doesn't get discontinued after the first traffic accident, and it continues till the expiry date, irrespective of the number of road accidents. Since 2019, some large-scale digitization was launched. The contracts policies are now issued and concluded online. In 2021, 2022, the regulator passed certain regulations on tariffs. And since 2004, the flexible tariff pricing has been set up. Also, Euro protocol has been introduced in 2024, and in 2026, we expect that one more novelty will be introduced, which is removing the AMTL FT aspects and inspections. So all these steps made the system more transparent and more clear for the citizens. But in order to understand how effective is this system now, let's look at the numbers. In the last 12 months, the insurance companies have accumulated about 111 billion tenge. The growth made about 14.5% compared with the previous period, of the same year, of the previous year. In this period, 6.6 million new policies have been issued, and the average size of the insurance premium reached 16,000 tenge. In the same period of time, the insurance companies have made payment for 92 billion tenge, which is more than 30% increase year to year, year on year. The number of payments made to 150,000 tenge, and the average payment is 610,000 tenge. So in order to understand the the deeper the market, let's look at the qualitative characteristics of the system. Let's look at the weaks and strengths and opportunities. and threats. So if we go through every aspect, then when it comes to strengths, we have a developed infrastructure, we have different types of classes, as well as the ombudsman insurance ombudsman. We have digitization and technological services, online regulation, online resolution, and connection with the banks, kind of links with the bank, the Euro protocol, targeting of targeted pricing, and a legal framework. However, there are some weaknesses as well. Selection of risks, high losses, low profitability, a lack of a uniform database or reference databases. When it comes to threats, we have increased rates of the accidents and also the increased costs of spare parts and repair works. At the same time, we see that tariffs get more customized, that we have a kind of domestically developed software, that we now have telematic solutions and big data in order to prevent traffic accidents. That was about opportunities. So let's look at each aspect separately to understand what can be the foundation for our future development. So the Institute's overall development level allows us to guarantee participation of all the drivers. As I mentioned earlier, the Insurance Guarantee Fund covers the liability and responsibility of the insurers since 2003. Also, the Euro Protocol has been introduced since 2023, which allowed us to regulate about 19,000 policies for the total amount of 3.7 billion tenge. And the average period of payment has been reduced from 10 to 3 days. The volume of assets, volume of capital allows us to cover all the liabilities should the insurance company be liquidated. And the payments, insurance payments make 0.2% of the insurance premium. So the uniform database guarantees digitization, guarantees transparency, and simplifies the services. Since 2010, we had the bonus-malus system, and in 2019, the online policies have been introduced. In 2023, the online regulation of the road traffic have been introduced. So, and there is also coherence and alignment with the state databases, which allows us to expediently exchange data. Since 2019, we have introduced the adaptive or customized tariff pricing. We have increased tariff in some of the regions, decreased some of the regions, and 2 regions kept the same rates. In 2026, we expect some tariff fluctuations as well. Since 2007, the mandatory MTBL actually system is covered by the ombudsman's work as well. Ombudsman is responsible for out-of-court regulation of disputes. And this kind of mediation or out-of-court regulation became mandatory for this kind of disputes. And 7,759 different complaints have been received by the ombudsman. That's about 50% of all the complaints. So ombudsman's funding is covered by the insurance companies. In the last 2 years, the market of mandatory motor vehicle insurance faced certain challenges. We've been observing significant losses, which were about 65% in the previous years. However, following 2024, the losses made 87%. And at the moment, they're 96%. So the growth of losses had to do with the increased rates of road accidents. And what's particularly alarming is that we have some serious traffic accidents that have doubled in the last 2 years. At the same time, the amounts of payments, of insurance payments of insurance companies has been growing in the last 2 years as well. That actually is a systemic issue, not only for the insurance company, but also for the whole financial system as a whole. So it might have to do with the technical assessment evaluation of the vehicle. So currently the technical condition of the vehicles are done by, or kind of handled by the Russia-based software developers, and of course that imposes certain risks, and of course threatens the sustainability of the system, and demands us to develop our own solutions to compensate the damages. As mentioned earlier, the losses of motor vehicle insurance has been on the rise in the last couple of years. Now we can look at the companies. So 8 companies, 8 insurance companies, who control more than 60% of the market, had incurred losses of more than 100%, meaning that the insurance payments already exceed the premiums that they have accumulated. 11 companies were able to maintain the losses at the level of 85%, which is again an extremely high indicator, and which challenges significantly their financial stability and their solvency. The companies that work with legal entities demonstrate the lowest level of losses, since they work with the vehicles that have been temporarily imported into the country. So in order to prevent all these problems and all these difficulties, we need to, as a market, move on several strategic objectives. First of all, the tariff customization. We need to give up the set up and fixed tariffs and adapt to the client's behavior to organize the pricing, and use also telematics in order to encourage the safe drivers and shape fair tariffs. Then increase the insurance coverage. That has to do with increased spare parts prices. And also we might need to develop our own domestic software and a uniform spare parts database that will help us, first of all, base ourselves on the prices that were designed and assessed in Kazakhstan, and also use them for different calculations. That will also help us enhance and increase our technological independence and develop domestic software companies, IT companies. Thank you. Being the regulator you are, you of course made it within the given time limits, and thank you for that. Well, colleagues, if you have any questions, you can raise your hands. And in the meantime, as a moderator, I can ask my question. So for some time, the car owners in Kazakhstan perceived MTPL as a tax. Okay, we pay for something, we know that we have to pay it, and that's it. If it happened, then good. If it doesn't happen, then it's okay. But however, given the situation actually that you have described, it looks like the insurance companies perceive this situation, this product, as a tax. And apparently, well, looks like they need to work more on voluntary insurance products rather than involuntary motor vehicle insurance. However, we don't treat this product as a product. We see it as a class, and we seem to be kind of covering some of the gaps. And it looks like neither regulator nor the market sees this class as a product. What could you recommend to turn this class of insurance into a product that's in demand, that could be effective and could be beneficial for the companies and for the society, for the drivers? Well, the MTPL, the mandatory vehicle or motor vehicle insurance, is the mandatory motor vehicle insurance. It is a social product that is intended for the citizens. In the last years, since the 20s, as I mentioned, the regulator has been working really hard to change the situation. We've analyzed the losses per region, and we try to find a tariff that will be fair for both the insurer and the insured. So when we analyze the tariffs, we've realized that for some regions the losses are higher, for some it's lower. And subsequently, the companies incurred losses or did not incur losses. So because, of that, after having understood that, we have introduced this kind of flexible tariff pricing. They've been around for some time, actually 2 years now. And we see that fair tariff is being set up for all the region, where loss ratio is kind of compensated by the tariff. So, however, the second question that's resulting from your first question, you demonstrated different slides showing the loss ratio of kind of increasing, I mean, going higher from 65 to 87 and to 100. Is our system really able to absorb these kind of fluctuations? Can we adapt well to this kind of peaks of loss ratios? Are there any mechanisms to flatten it out? Are there any ways to regulate this kind of situation and to maybe respond somehow to the situation, if you could mention that? Well, as I mentioned, we have the flexible tariff pricing that is tied to loss ratio. We've mentioned, right, this loss ratio being on the rise in the last 2 years, and it has to do with the number of road accidents, increased road accidents. And we have the target loss ratio that we try to impose and which will then adapt to the increased rates of road and traffic accidents. So the growing loss ratio means that there are more insurance payments than insurance premiums. But this year, of course, we will be assessing the situation, and the tariffs this year will adapt, will react, will respond, and will go up.
We see that in the majority of our regions, the tariffs will be marked up. Cedric Bolson, is it possible for us to adjust the targeting system so that it will react on a daily basis rather than on an annual basis? I think that it will be a little bit more complicated, but we will take a look at this option. Dear colleagues from the audience, do you have any questions? No questions? Okay. If none, let's go to the next speaker, Sergio De Santis, who is the director of the Italian Insurance Association. And I see that in the front rows, there are representatives of the USSR generation, and we've been watching the movies with Adriana Celentano, the Italian movies, or the series with Michele Placido, and I am pretty sure that the majority of the Soviet women fell in love with him. And of course, we were watching Sanremo Festival. Usually, we were televising it on the New Year Eve, and this is actually what I picked up from the Soviet television. And of course, we were cooperating with the Italian motor vehicle companies, Fiat, which actually was transformed into Zhiguli in our part of the world. But when I got acquainted with Sergio and when I've familiarized myself with his presentation, I understood that there is not only a cultural proximity, but I think that Italy has already covered the way, which probably we will have to cover. We are in a situation right now which is very similar to what Italy experienced some 20 or 30 years ago when they had regulated tariffs at the very beginning and then liberalized their market. And I believe that the Italian experience is going to be very invaluable for us because we keep stating that we should step off very strict tariff regulation and to liberalize this market. I would like to introduce Sergio to you, and his presentation is towards fair and sustainable MTPL pricing, lessons from the Italian market for Kazakhstan. Sergio, please, the floor is yours.
I'm very, very honored to be part of this conference, also because MTPL has been part of my entire actuarial life. My first job as an actuary was to set up the tariff in a liberalized market in Italy. I was living in London at that time because there were very few actuaries in Italy. So then my career proceeded in different ways, but MTPL is still in my heart. So I'm very happy to share with you the Italian experience because setting up a MTPL tariff is not an easy task. So there are some processes which are very important and which should be considered when setting up a tariff, and Italy has just gone through exactly the same phases. We went from a fully regulated to partially regulated and then liberalized market. Also, I have been involved in many World Bank projects around the world with similar characteristics as Kazakhstan. So we have learned many lessons which I would like to share. And also I will give you some highlights of the importance of a risk-based pricing. Okay, let's start from the first point. In Kazakhstan, the MTPL premium basically is established by the national regulation, which is not a unique case. There are many countries which adopt this system. Now you have this flexibility of plus 10% in your standard calculation. And also I have seen this algorithm that you are using to adjust the tariff for regional coefficients. I will try to be very quick. There are pros and cons of having a regulated tariff. The pros is that the insurance product, when it's regulated, is considered like any other goods and services, and the government wish to control this cost. You mentioned that you believed that it was like a tax, and this is the feeling everybody has. I have to pay a premium. Why should I pay a premium? And why should this premium be much higher than the inflation, for instance? Why should it increase much higher than the inflation? The second thing is that if you don't have a competitive market, obviously there will be less debate. So the insurers doesn't have to explain to the policyholder the tariff. Also, in many countries, we have seen that in case of problematic deterioration of the results, the solvency of the insurance company may be supported by, it's not your case, but in some countries it is, might be supported by the state. Which are the cons of having a governmental tariff? The fact is that this we have seen in many countries and have experienced in Italy. The insurance sooner or later will incur in operating losses because in general the government may face political pressure to avoid adapting the prices. You just said that your loss ratio is increasing, and I will show you that there is a win-win situation. I don't want to push, I'm just sharing my experience that there is a win-win situation. In many cases, we have seen in many countries, in order to offset the deterioration of the results, insurance companies try to delay the payment of the claims, believing that holding the cash will improve the financial results. Also, insurance may also scale back investments that are not essential for maintaining and improving the quality of the coverage offered. In Italy, we had the liberalization exactly where the vertical red line is in 1994, when you actually started to have compulsory MTPL coverage. If you see the previous years, we always have lost money. We have lost money also in the few years following the liberalization, but then the results only occasionally were negative. So now you can say, okay, but that's easy. You have liberalized the tariff, you increase the tariff, and you improve the results. I can show you that this is not the case. After the liberalization, the price not only decreased, but even we experienced in many years a negative. You see, the black line is 0. Many years after the liberalization, the premiums went down. How is it possible? This is possible if you have a well-established risk-based pricing where everybody pays a fair premium, and this fair premium enables also a cultural change, a cultural behavior. So everybody is aware that how you drive has an effect on your price. The second point, Kazakhstan MTPL tariff uses some parameters like the type of vehicle, the age of the insurance and the driving experience, the place of the registered vehicles, and the bonus malus. What can I say about this tariff? It's a tariff which is quite simple. We use much more much more variables, which I will show you in a minute. There are some, also in this case, some pros and cons of having a tariff like this. It's very simple. It's quite transparent, and it's easier for the policyholder to understand. And there is a perceived fairness because more or less there is a differentiation, but since you have very few parameters, the policyholders with similar characteristics pay similar premium. And also, if you don't have many factors to use, you have less administrative cost. Which are the cons? The cons is that less premium, there is a less premium customization, which means that there are some insurers that pay too much and some that respect what should pay, and some insurers pay too little. So this opens the door to the adverse selection. Now, you said that your tariff is, you have this plus 10%, which is already something. But if I am a good driver and I know that someone else will allow me to pay a premium which is more correct for my style, for my type of driving, I will move from company A to company B. And company A, which is applying a higher tariff, will be in anti-selection. So this is why it's very important to have a rate which is really fair for each customer. I will show you the situation in Italy. This was exactly the situation you have probably in Kazakhstan. In 1993, we had only 4 parameters: the power of the vehicles, the bonus malus, geographical area, and the maximum indemnity limit. So it's a tariff very similar to Kazakhstan, and the tariff was reviewed once a year by the government, by a technical committee, and the tariff were very similar, changing very similar to the inflation. Now, in 2025, the tariff can be reviewed anytime during the year. There are some companies that might change tariff every month. There are some companies that study elasticity of demand on a daily basis. There are so many parameters used, vehicle-related. Now there is a list here, but for a question of time, I don't go through each parameter. There are parameters which are linked to the driver and to the policyholder. There are parameters that clearly consider the geographical factor, but to a level very micro, to a level of zip code, for instance. And the big change in Italy, maybe 10 years ago, was the introduction of black boxes in the cars. Now, 25–30% of the vehicle have telematics installed, because we had particular area in the south of Italy, in particular cities, where fraud was very, very high, and the use of telematics improved dramatically the frauds. Some recommendation for Kazakhstan. This is just my personal idea. I apologize, first of all, because I didn't study very deeply, so I didn't have time to study deeply the Kazakhstan, but this is my perception of the situation. I think it's very important to assess which rating variables should be used. I recommend to use, maybe you do it, so I apologize if you do it and I'm not aware. It's very important to use multivariate models that combine the effect of multiple variables, because sometimes when you study univariate or bivariate tables, you might attribute wrong factor due to the confounding effect. For instance, what is now the basic database you should have for each year on a monthly basis, for instance, which type of vehicle you have insured, all the technical characteristics of the vehicle, all the technical characteristics of the driver, and if there is a claim, how much you paid, how much you have as outstanding reserves. Having this database will allow you to perform a sound actuarial multivariate analysis, because this is an example. This is very effective. When you use the one-way analysis, this is the price for age male from 18 until 18 years old until 80 years old. If you use a one-way analysis, and this is real Italian data, you might think, okay, if you are a young driver, you should pay 5 times the base premium of a person who is 40 years old. But when you do the multivariate analysis, you will see that this 5, in fact, in reality is 3. And then for commercial reason, you may decide to apply 2. But still, you have to be aware what's the theoretical cost and what you are actually charging. Very last word on the algorithm. You are using this algorithm, which is clearly working because it tries to adapt the experience in terms of loss ratio of this region towards a target loss ratio. What's my concern? The concern is that the algorithm at the moment, instead of analyzing the real risk of the territory, is trying to offset the effect of all other parameters. I will make you an example. Imagine in Almaty there are only very powerful cars. Almaty will become very risky because all powerful cars usually have higher risk. So the real risk of Almaty is because you have many powerful vehicles, or because for many reasons the road conditions or the social behavior of the Almaty people who live and drive in Almaty is different from Astana. You can assess this difference only if you make multivariate analysis. You have to assess, you have to extrapolate the effect of all other rating factors in a way to neutralize if you have young drivers, if you have a very powerful vehicle, if you have male which are riskier than female. And you can do this only if you have the multivariate database and the multivariate analysis. Basically, I've done all this presentation. The liberalization, I'm not saying is the only way, but liberalization alone is not enough. The premium adjustment must be grounded with actuarial principle, and you can apply this actuarial principle even with a control tariff. And it's essential to have risk-based pricing because every insured person, every insured car should pay, or at least you should know how you should pay in terms of premium. To me, Kazakhstan is like Italy. You are a turning point. You can decide to stay like this, and you will have to face some risks, but in general, adapting a liberalized market gives the potentiality to the insurers to be more competitive, to be more attentive in terms of underwriting, in terms of claims liquidation, in terms of having accurate control of the risk. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, as we've all have already heard, we are really very close in terms of what we are doing and in terms of our spirit. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hands and have a preemptive right to ask a question. As a matter of fact, I have only one written question, but in the course of the presentation, I have some more questions, and probably the most important question for me. Sergio, please tell me, what were political and economic prerequisites for the government to drop the regulated tariff experience, and what was the perception of the society, of the public, that the insurer is fixing a price independently, and what kind of advice can you give us to start our dialogue with the regulator, with the government, because the regulator understands that something has to be changed in the pricing mechanism, but there are a lot of people in the parliament, in the government, who say, no, 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 we know much better than you do, and we're going to tell you how much the consumer will have to pay for it. And in particular, we have a very interesting initiative expressed by one of the MPs. Let us increase the limits of insurance payments twice, but the premium is not going to be marked up at the same time. And very briefly, if you can tell us a few words about the average insurance premium for the beginning driver, for the driver without any car incidents, and what are the payment limits?
Okay. First of all, as I said, the liberalization was a long process. We didn't go from regulated tariff to liberalization in 1 year. It took many years. In terms of control, the supervisor made a big contribution because they moved from a real administrative control to having a technical control over time. For instance, it was introduced the figure of the appointed actuary only for motor, which was inexistent before. This helped a lot. Also, the cultural actuarial knowledge within the insurance companies. We had many life actuaries before, but very few non-life. Now, probably we have 50-50. In Italy, we have 50 million vehicles, so it's a big market. We have a lot of motorbikes. Average premium now, you cannot compare because you have to consider the bodily injury cost, which is very high in Europe, and Italy in particular has one of the highest bodily injury cost. But the average premium now is 400 euro per year, including taxes and everything. And the second thing which I would like to stress, as I already said, is the importance of having granular data. You have to work because it takes time to collect data in a proper way which will enable you to make a risk-based pricing. The competition in Italy made a big contribution for the decreasing of premium. At the beginning, the insurance companies tried to compensate all the technical losses they experienced for many, many years. And everybody was increasing the premiums, but then the competition forced the insurance company to decrease the premium, and it helped a lot, as I said, having a proper tariff, and everybody could apply a tariff which was correct for each customer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyone has question, please? If you could give the mic over here. Can you please bring the mic?
So now I'm worried because he's an actuary. So if he asks a difficult question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really interesting, really. And I just have one question. When I saw these slides with the loss ratios, I said, oh, I'm afraid because this looks like a market where an anti-selection is taking place. I see two parts, two groups of companies, and the first one with a loss ratio higher than 70, 60, 70.
It was not my slide.
Not on your slide, the previous slides.
Yeah, okay.
And the last group with a very low loss ratio, stable loss ratio, sometimes decreasing, but I don't see the premium volumes on these companies.
Yes.
But I want to know, what is your opinion on that? It looks like a market on which an anti-selection is taking place.
That's what I said.
And I want to confirm that what you said, the multivariate approach is the only one way to avoid this kind of situation.
I mean, I don't know the real numbers now. Maybe it would be nice to, if you want, I would be very happy to continue the collaboration, and I'm available to help. But this is exactly the point. That's what I said. If you don't have a proper tariff, you open the door to anti-selection. So now we should look at the real data and see the dimension of the company. Maybe these are small companies, I don't know. But the problem is that not having a proper risk-based pricing, you will have this situation. Some companies will perform better, some others will perform in a bad way. And the only way, for me, is giving the possibility to all insurance companies to study their data. And at the moment, what I can suggest is at least to have a global market database where the supervisor can control if they don't want to give all freedom to everybody, but at least to have a database which is for all market, and to perform some actuarial analysis to see for the market what's the impact. Because I'm not sure that the coefficient you are applying now for Almaty is correct, or for Astana is correct. You have to know theoretically which is the real coefficient, excluding all the other factors.
Well, okay. Yes, this is quite a pressing matter, it seems, but I guess we could discuss it outside of this panel discussion, and I'm sure that the conversation will be very, very interesting. Well, a few years ago, the insurance market was engulfed by a certain fever, digital fever or a digital revolution. But I mean, I couldn't call it a revolution. But as the speakers in the first panel mentioned, the regulator has truly done a lot. so that the insurance companies could fully use the digital environment that we have here. And everything has been done so that the consumer services were friendly, were online, were digital, and nothing similar to me standing back in 1997 outside in cold trying to buy my first insurance contract. So, and the results of the digital fever will be presented by the representative of the Freedom Finance Company, Mr. Kuleshov. Well, I hope you disclose some of the information. I mean, provided certain confidentiality provisions are met. So, the resolution of insurance cases in a simplified manner using Euro Protocol procedure. We don't have two systems like that. We have a Euro Protocol where the provider is the fund, and there is also an alternative system called DTP.kz. Hello. Hello, colleagues. Hello, dear guests. I would like to devote and dedicate my presentation to the issue of digital solution in regulating insurance cases, insurance claims. Well, first, I would like to start by talking about our experience, how we shifted from the classical claim resolution to digital claim resolution. Actually, it was a treacherous path, I must admit. And there were some factors that drove us towards going online. Well, the classical claim resolution had existed for more than 20 years. And the insurance and the consumers, the policyholders are accustomed, are used to this kind of approach. However, at the same time, this approach began discrediting itself. The consumers eventually developed an understanding or an attitude that all the insurers are crooks who make no payments or who pay less than they were supposed to, who prolong the claim resolution process and who try to delay the moment of payment by as long as possible. So we analyzed the root causes of such attitude and concluded that it is necessary to optimize internal processes. And we have realized that the main problem in this process is caused by the parties to the process, or participant of the process. We're talking about the intermediary players or stakeholders who somehow create corruption risks for the company itself. So that was our starting point. And when analyzing the insurance claims, actually, we began seeing the facts that insurance company officials or staff were somehow involved in the process and somehow influenced the process and eventually the sum of the claim, which resulted in economic losses for the company and which, of course, undermined its economic stability. So we began by optimizing some of the processes. Actually, we canceled, they abolished some of the steps. We have people who do the initial review, initial assessment. We have people who do the emergency visits, like to the site of the traffic accident. We have people who accept the works in the regions. So we've abolished all those positions, all those intermediary people. We had no one in the regions. I mean, regions outside of Almaty. We didn't have any company representative. We didn't have any road traffic kind of insurance officers. So we decided to centralize all the processes and work through the head office. We have set up a full-fledged kind of task force or team that was entitled and entrusted with managing the process. Can we run the next slide? So in order to streamline the process of interaction with the client, in 2023, we have decided to try working through WhatsApp. WhatsApp Messenger. Well, WhatsApp is the most widespread messenger that is used by everyone without exception. And there were some difficulties in designing and drafting of the templates. So we have designed certain templates that will be sent to the clients through WhatsApp that will have to be downloaded from WhatsApp and will have to be filled in by the client. So it created some complications. It was kind of cumbersome and clunky. But then we began receiving some feedback from the clients who were happy with that approach. Even with that approach, even with all the cumbersome processes, they were still happy. So they said, thank you for organizing the work online and that we don't have to go to the office at all. Because it was the hardest part for the clients was the necessity to go and see the office, visit office like several times. You had to go there 3 or 4 times, drive through the traffic, drive through the congestion in order to fill in the paperwork, to sign certain claims, maybe to wait in line for some time. Oftentimes, the clients would get so frustrated that they would start fighting while waiting in line. I mean, there are some emotional clients, emotionally charged clients, who didn't have enough patience to wait for the results. So, and they would grow very aggressive. So we decided to test our online version through WhatsApp. Then, in 2023, we launched a web version of this future portal. So it was kind of a file exchange system allowing both the client and the insurance company exchange data and scan documents. And there were some templates in that system. You could fill them in. Data would be automatically taken from the insurance policy and the client's insurance contract, and the client had to simply print it out, fill in some data, fill in some gaps, and sign it. That's it. Some push notifications were organized, were launched. The client would receive some notifications in their personal cabinet. So the updates were sent on a regular basis. So this admin, as we call the admin version of the website, proved to be quite effective. We used it for about a year, and while doing so, we were able to take care of some of the issues. And also, having it for a year helped us understand which parts were not working, which parts were working well, and so on. So this whole process was streamlined, was harmonized, was in line with the regulators' requirements. I'm talking about resolution number 10. So we've used it for a year, and in 2024, we launched a full-fledged service, dtp.kz, which was later integrated with all the public databases, which allowed us to do everything online. And I apologize, you have only 2 minutes left. I'll give you just 1 and that's it, okay. Well, this is a system, dtp.kz, the way it works. So it allows you to generate the insurance claims for all types of insurance, not only MTPL and others. We've fully kind of shifted to DTP.kz. There are some exceptions, however. We're talking about corporate clients, corporate insurance, and insurance reinsurance, so international reinsurance. I mean, there are some international practices which are well established and which do not allow us to use this DTP.kz for those purposes. At the end of 2024, we have set up a new system of a remote assessment. So we have adopted, so to say, a startup that has developed a new application for us, which allows us to do the assessment through a video kind of flow. The client no longer needs to take photos of the vehicle. They don't need to do the video recording. They don't really need to spend any time doing that insurance assessment. The client makes a short video review, then zooms in on the damages, and the system processes this information automatically and transforms it into ready-to-use snapshots, which can later be kind of added to the review act or act of assessment with a certain list. But of course, for that, you need a moderator, which will prompt the kind of vehicle owner to point at certain parts of the car, and which will then be used in the active assessment. Well, should the client disagree, then an automatically a new claim would be generated. So it's another service that we have kind of devised ourselves based on the feedback. So we began paying unchallenged part of the loss in an automated manner right after the first assessment, so that the client could see and could understand that the insurer is not trying to delay anything or is not trying to avoid paying. No, once the once the report is ready, once there's nothing that can be challenged, once there are no disputes, then that part will be paid. However, if the client is not happy with the assessment, they have to draft a new claim and they have to indicate the reasons why they're not happy, and then they have to go through another process of video assessment. If there were some hidden defects or kind of unseen defects, then of course they will be reflected in this new video. Then after that, the client will be referred to a special body shop where they might dismantle kind of some of the part and do the repeat assessment. So you're up, I mean, you're out of time. If you could go through the data quickly.
Yes, just maybe the summary of what I have told you about the system. What have we seen? What are the pros and the cons in this system? Remote servicing of the clients, first and foremost, it's really very good because it's good for the insurance company and it's good for the client, because the biggest share of the work for the settlement is usually implemented by the client. Therefore, we optimized the cost of our company, and we saved last year alone 1.5 billion KZT. Taking into consideration the average invoice and direct administrative costs. B2C work is excluding any mediators. Therefore, if it is B2C, then in this chain there are not any mediators who, one way or another, will influence the process. Also, it's easily scalable, because when we started growing very fast in 2025 in terms of the sales volume, we did not hire a lot of people. Therefore, our staff members does not change in terms of quantity of people working for us. But at the same time, we are accelerating and speeding up the process. processing. Therefore, we can actually introduce any amendments or changes. For example, we can change the timelines very easily and very fast. And not all of the clients, of course, are gadget friendly. There is a category of elderly clients who don't want to use their smartphones to full extent. They don't want to follow every step, and they usually get a consultation and advice through our call center. Well, this is understandable because we cannot provide a very good coverage, especially in remote and rural areas. A very high transparency of the process is at the same time a pro and a con, because we have encountered the problem when some people started helping our clients to fill up the claims, and they charged our clients for this. This is what we discovered in many regions. Of course, economically, it does not affect our company so much, but definitely we will prefer to work directly with our clients. Therefore, this shadow market has found a new niche. Okay, thank you very much. I have to interrupt you because, colleagues, as a matter of fact, one of the most important things that has just been demonstrated here by Ryzhit Sergeyevich is that the process is very well demonstrated in terms of the money that has been saved, and that has increased the transparency of our process. So I would like to tell you a little bit more about the helping hands. Those helping hands are actually some people who may even have some legal background, and they're helping up to fill up the documents. So how do you cope with the spams of RZNO? Well, as a matter of fact, we are not coping with it because all the applications are formed in the system, and every step, every action is logged in the system, unlike in the paperwork format. And if we could show, for example, if this application has already been uploaded into the system, we cannot cancel it, or we cannot simply avoid showing it. If, let's say, an application, a claim is not active for a long period of time, then we start sending SMS or notification or notices to our client, and we will request the client to confirm the application. Therefore, we do it with the help of our chatbots and SMS, and we try to resolve such issues. Thank you very much indeed. If you have any questions to Alexander Duleshev, please feel free to contact him, because he is here during the whole day, and I'm pretty sure that company freedom is available for any questions. The settlement of the claims is an inseparable part of our activity, not only at the time when we are concluding an agreement, but at the time when we are executing it. And the process of claim settlement is really very lengthy and difficult, and the identification of the payment value, for example, for the repair of the vehicle, and identification of its market value. Well, sometimes this process in Kazakhstan, at least, is falling out of the processes within the insurance company, and it usually outsourced to some companies, and it is transliterated into the numbers that the insurance company will have to eventually pay to the indemnity. And therefore, Andrei Alexandrovich Makritsov, he is from the All Union Insurance Union, and probably we will hear from him about the pricing of the parts that are subject to replacement, and how this price is actually reflected in the report on the actual price of repair. Andrei Alexandrovich, please feel free. I know that you are very positively charged. I've seen your spirit, but please stick to the 10-minute time limit. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, distinguished participants of the forum. I'm really very glad to welcome all of you here and to share our experience with you. Thank you very much to the Association of Insurance and the fund for provided possibility to talk about it. And there is nothing magic about it. I'm just going to describe the documents that we usually have and which are our sub-laws on the basis of which we usually make our computation of the price of a repair. Well, you know, there are a lot of numbers and I'm not going to, and I don't really want to show any money to you. The money is not present, but the number of the operations of the transactions that we do here to conclude the agreements, and we are talking about 45 million agreements per year, and we are effecting more than 2 million insurance settlements in 2024, for example. And of course, it was pretty clear to everybody that we have to unify our approaches and to issue maybe some kind of databases prompts and which will enable us to settle all those indemnities, insurance indemnities and claims. And therefore, the main sub-law is MTPL law. And there is a new institution that has been organized in the Russian Federation. It is called an independent technical assessment of the vehicle, which to evaluate the sum of the insurance payment. The structure of the settlement is shown on this slide, and the Bank of Russia, as it is stated by the sub-law, provided by the sub-law, as a mega regulator, is identifying the methodology of such settlement and the rules of conducting the so-called independent expertise or assessment. Before getting down to the subject matter, I would like to tell you a few words about the organization that is in charge of implementation of this technical expertise or examination. And there is a specialized subject which is called experts or technicians. These are people who have education in this area according to the approved syllabus. They're usually professionally attested by the Intersectoral Commission. And the activity of the Intersectoral Commission is not accountable to the Bank of Russia or the Ministry of Transportation. And you see that there are various organizations that are involved: Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Interior, and these people will have to conduct the independent technical expertise. They will have to form the expense base for the spare parts, for the services, for the man hours, etc. And they will have to include all these parameters into their report. And there is no magic, as I have mentioned before. The unified methodology that has been approved by the Bank of Russia is not claiming what kind of spares will have to be provided to various vehicles, but it identifies the general rules of work for an expert technician and how to provide the report electronically or on paper, and what kind of technology, repair technology, will have to be applied, and the computation of the parameters that I have just mentioned before. And in additionally, of course, the depreciation, because the replacement of a new with something old or obsolete is not working. And as I have already mentioned before, there should also be issued a document which is called the expert conclusion. And there are various reference books about the median market price for various parts. And my understanding is that Kazakhstan is very much interested in this kind of document. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it. And the main principle is that this methodology will have to be applied everywhere at all times when we are computing the indemnification under MTPL. And for example, in the Ministry of Justice, they have their own methodology, but in the law is stipulating that the calculation will have to be made according to the methodology approved by the Bank of Russia. There are several things that we would like to have it in there. Unfortunately, the law is not stipulating for those little details, but we can definitely discuss them independently. For example, the price before the car accident, and of course we can discuss it later, how it is settled. Now, what about the average spare parts prices, market prices? The principle is as follows. There is, for example, the basic region, which is collecting the prices, the so-called basic prices, and to identify the price for the same part in the region. For example, if the car accident took place somewhere in Orenburgskaya province, we will apply a specific coefficient. For example, the basic prices are based on all the prices everywhere in the region. For example, there are more than 20 million parts which are collected in this reference book. And of course, in every subject of the Russian Federation, we will not be able to collect the prices. And this is the reason for which we are using the base price plus a coefficient that is applied to it. But Russia is huge, and therefore the spare parts market in Moscow and the Moscow region is very different from that in the Far East region. And at some point of time, we've realized that if we're collecting the prices only in Moscow, which was the case in version 1 of this methodology, there was a kind of distortion for space of the vehicles which are dominating in Far East, but they are not very widely spread in Moscow, and therefore you will never be able to arrive at a fair price. And we made a study, and we understood that we have to collect the prices not only in one region. And our standpoint, our mathematics, and the data that we've brought from the market were introduced into this unified methodology, and today we are based on the collection of huge number of price lists in two regions of the Russian Federation. And I believe that the same methodology can also be applied here in Kazakhstan. Will the Russian prices be applicable here in Kazakhstan? I asked this question, and the answer was, well, we don't know, because we really have to do a very difficult task, that is to say, to collect the prices. And then it will be pretty understandable whether the regional aspect in pricing is going to be different or relevant. At the very beginning, the Bank of the Russian Federation said that you will have to collect all those prices, and then you have to publish the drafts of those reference books, not all the 20 million items, for example, but a selected list of the more frequently damaged parts of the vehicle, and we have to submit it for the discussion by the public at large. And right now, until the 28th of August, we are checking the upcoming version edition of this reference book, and of course we are already receiving several comments. Some of them are taken into consideration, others are not. But I would say that all the information can be verified. For example, the error in terms of replaceability of the parts, and we are cleaning up all those bugs. When the prices are ready, we provide them to the organizations which are providing the calculation services. For example, PS Complex and Auto Dex are our clients. They are also available here in Kazakhstan. They are operational here in Kazakhstan, and according to the idea of the Bank of the Russian Federation, everybody, the car owner, can actually check the price of different parts for his or her vehicle, and making sure that the insurance company paid the right value. So you get the part number, the catalog number, and you cross-check everything, and you verify the calculation of the indemnity value made by the insurance company. Of course, everything is changing in the Russian Federation, and we have a specialized methodology of evaluation, which is pretty much averaged. However, it shows the tendency for replaceable parts. Let's say that at the end of 2023, when the economic sanctions were hitting us very hard, and there were a lot of limitations in the computation, and there was a significant growth. We actually update our reference books once every 3 months, and there was very significant growth. But right now, when we are evaluating the situation of the spare parts market in the Russian Federation is pretty stable, with moderate volatility of the prices from one brand of the vehicle to a different brand. Maybe you will tell me that it is very conservative, the checkups, the exams, the experts, and the databases of the collected spare parts, but I can tell you that the electronic digital technologies are already applied when we are doing the loss settlement, and maybe probably a couple of words about the Euro Protocol too. There are two subject matters in the electronic Euro Protocol. For example, this is notification about the car accident and the photos attached to it. Of course, notifications should be both on paper and electronically, and everybody has got the understanding that it's a kind of mutual agreement on the character and the volume of loss. And in the Russian Federation, we can simply state, I do not agree, and there should be the signatures, and the back of the paper form, there should be explanations or substantiation why one of the parties or both parties do not agree. And there is one condition. You have to attach the pictures, the photos from the car accident place, and all these data will be submitted to the insurance company and used during the indemnity settlement. And of course, the payments will be different. For example, if, and in the majority of cases this is the case, you don't have any disagreements between both parties, and you have the photos attached, then you can get the full limit under MTPL equal to 400,000 Russian rubles. If otherwise, if there are some disagreements between the parties, the photos are mandatory, and the payment is going to be only 50% of the maximum threshold. And the insurance company even has this right to bring down the payment limit if there is no agreement between both parties. And if there is an absolute disagreement between both parties, then the insurance company can simply refuse payment or limit it to 100,000 Russian rubles. Therefore, it is what I'm showing on the slides. Well, maybe the methodology could be better, but it is the way it is. And the electronic settlement is also different. I'm awfully sorry, but we are really running out of time. And if you can finish with this particular slide, then proceed, please. Yes, I just wanted to tell you about the new dynamics. What is really very relevant and very important is that people have got to understand that you really have to submit a notice, because unless you submit a notice on the car accident, you cannot claim any indemnification. And you see that there are electronic notices that people usually submit, and the Euro protocols as well, and their number is more or less equal. And of course, we are trying to make the online settlement smooth, but there are a lot of various rules that we have to regulate, including among all the rule on the dispute. For example, if you provided the pictures pictures, and the insurance company is telling you that the quality of the pictures is not adequate, and then there might be online settlement without any visit to the office of the insurance company. I'm very sorry for indulging your time, but I'm ready to continue this discussion informally.
Well, this kind of work for the one of the largest countries in the world, of course, needs to be paid its respects and admired. Well, thank you, Mr. Now we have a floor, Mr. Yakovenko, the insurance ombudsman, who probably is facing the hardest conditions ever. So I don't think we have ever worked with this kind of number of complaints and claims, and never had to work with this intensity. And I can't even imagine what the insurance ombudsman has to deal with. And now, Mr. Yakovenko, the floor is yours now. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in this forum, and thank you for this opportunity. I'll try to be brief. Well, all in all, here's the statistics and the number of claims. In 2023, we had a sharp increase, sharp growth, because the kind of courts stopped accepting the claims and began forwarding them to the ombudsman. That had to do with the mandatory mediation that has been introduced a couple of years ago. And actually, you can see how that affected the number of claims. So in 2023, before the mediation requirements were introduced, and in 2024, that's actually after the mediation requirement was introduced, and most of the claims have been forwarded to the ombudsman. So you can see in 2023, it was just 1.2-fold, and in 2024, that was threefold increase. So in 2024, the pace has slowed down, and in 2025 we expect to have about 13.3 thousand claims. So pace is similar to 2022, but when it comes to the complexity, 2023 was the hardest year so far because we were preparing for the novelties of 2024 and 2025. So now the 25 have been quieter compared to 2024, because now we have all the processes and business processes all streamlined and taken care of. As for the number of disputes, then the highest rate of disputes fall for the amount of damage, amount of compensation. Refusal to pay represent only 4%. I mean, these statistics for the 7 months of 2024. In 2024, we had higher rates of refusal to pay, so about 5%, but actually now we have fewer and fewer of such claims, of such complaints. And the return for revelation actually is also the large number there. So when it comes to positive outcomes, then we see that the insurance companies try to use their resources to regulate the different disputes. There are three levels of resolution, and all of these layers actually imply that everything will be used in order to achieve amicable settlement with the client. So about 1,800 have been resolved peacefully like that. So 57% are satisfied partially, 18% refused, denied, and discontinued about 5%. So we see that actually the consumers, thanks to these resolution efforts, after the insurance dispute was resolved, no longer go to the court and kind of maintain their trust and confidence in the insurance market, and actually starts trusting the market, continues trusting the market, and the clients remain loyal to the insurance market. As for the problem areas, then there are quite a number of those, and those have been mentioned already. And we see that this issue is still pressing, that one insurance ombudsman simply not enough to work with all of these problems. But I believe that these issues will be regulated thanks to the regulators and supervisors' intervention. We're talking about the uniform methodology of dispute resolution and so on. This is something that's being discussed with insurance companies. However, a lot has been said about automation, and I would like to mention that it doesn't have to do with the insurance disputes, but actually it has to do with the problem that Kazakhstan may see in all the sectors. And I'm talking about IT technologies. And that is the new tax code. So the problem is the new tax code that will come into effect as of 1st of January 2026, which will require all the software developers that are used by natural persons in Kazakhstan will have to pay the VAT of 16%. And the tax authority will introduce a single registry for all the foreign companies which operate in Kazakhstan as the VAT payer. So, and if company provides any kind of services, IT-related services to the natural persons of Kazakhstan, then Dutch companies will have to provide information about their customs, and also on top of that will have to pay 16% VAT tax. And the tax authorities will have the right to disconnect foreign companies who fail to meet all these rules. To that end, legal entities who use the foreign software will be exposed to certain risks in relation to that kind of potential opportunity. So, and this, of course, leads to certain risks and creates certain risks for the insurance companies. So probably the insurance companies of Kazakhstan will have to set up a special kind of way to automate insurance in Kazakhstan. So buy domestic product, buy domestic software product to avoid being so dependent and so exposed to the external risks. So thank you so much for making it on time. I have this very brief question. When are we going to reduce the number of complaints and number of disputes? So what are the ways, what are the avenues that we could pursue? So when it comes to the reducing the number of complaints, then 2024 actually rise had to do with this new requirement of mediation and out-of-court resolution. But 2025 actually means that all the companies began using the licensed software on determining the manpower or kind of norms of the manpower per repairs, per body works, and we have less disputes because of that. However, the current issue at stake is the price of spare parts, because the insurers use one database, whereas the people, the consumers, use another database. So we actually looked at the Russian Federation's experience that there might be a need to introduce this single registry of spare parts with the prices, right? And once you do that, once they did that in Russia, they saw a reduced number of complaints. So we do believe here that in Kazakhstan, that once we introduce similar registry indicating a fixed price per spare part, then it will be used by everybody. It will be used by the insurance, it will be used by the independent assessor, and there will not be grounds for any disputes. And then we will have just disputes related to some minor issues such as repair or replacement and so on. So, and I do believe that we will then see the fewer number of complaints. So we have a concluding presentation, which is not a presentation, kind of a digest. That this is information provided by Vera Mantaeva. So one of the definitions of insurance is using the statistics or exploiting the statistics to your benefit. So it's good and it's great that we have the State Credit Bureau in Kazakhstan, and the way they use and exploit the statistics is going to be covered by the representative of the Kazakhstan State Credit Bureau. So hello and good day. Okay, let me talk about exploiting the statistics, right? What can be more interesting than digits than figures than numbers, provided, of course, there is big data. So since we talk about the motor insurance, I will be talking about these two products, voluntary and mandatory vehicle insurance, and in the context of different parameters that we would like to cover today. So the market portfolio growth in the first quarter of 2025 has increased by 8%, and that's for payment, and 10% for premium. So given the Casco de Voluntary MODI is actually insurances that's higher, but that's the main. I mean, that the difference lies in the difference between the two products. So I will be giving some different information about the age of the driver, the age of the vehicle, and in the follow-up slides you will see how age of the driver affects the premium, affects the payment, and you will also see the difference between the age of the vehicle and the make of the vehicle. So when it comes to MTPL, the average age is similar to MODI is actually 39, 45 years. However, for mandatory, that is starting from up to 20 years. But however, the voluntary insurance is only, the average insurance product is 3 years. So we would like to see other numbers, but that's what it is at the moment. Euro protocol, that's been mentioned today, as growing fast and dynamically. Last year we had about 2,000 accidents per month. Now it's 2,300 per month. So that's good growth. When it comes to the cities and breaking down by city, it looks at the Euro protocol is more popular in Astana, the capital city. In Almaty, that's about 3% only, which is negligent. It looks like the road police in Astana is more interested in applying the simplified resolution. So when it comes to concentration, the drivers who use Euro protocol are between 18 years old to 22, and the make and the brand are Chevrolet, Ravon, and Jack, and the age of the vehicle is between 11 and 15. So I don't think that the Jack cars have that kind of frequency. I think there's some inaccuracies here. As for the insurance claims, 53,000 incidents have been registered in the first half of 2024 and 56,000 in the first half of 2025. Well, we see the increased number of cases because we have the increased number of contracts. However, regrettably, more than 50 vehicles of the vehicles of the database and 70% of the drivers actually commit traffic accident more than 5 times. And sometimes some of the vehicles that had 10 accidents during the insurance experience, and actually it means that this is quite an alarming statistic that we need to pay attention to it. So as for the driver's portrait and loss ratio per these drivers, so what needs to be measured here? The insurance policies, or the share of insurance policies, it happens at the age of 35 to 50 years, and they usually driving experience is 6 years old. When it comes to increased risks, that's the age group between 18 to 22 years old, with the driving experience of under 5 years. As for the fleet, the highest number is concluded for more than 10 years. When it comes to heightened risk, then we can see that for the cars of about 2 or 3 years old. As for the make and the brands, the main part of the contracts, kind of insurance policies, are the sedan cars, light vehicles, or kind of. But also we have a conclusion that buses that transport more than 16 people, although they take only 1% of the portfolio, however, they demonstrate a higher risk profile. We actually never mentioned that, but once we started analyzing the data and analyzing the loss ratio, we see that there are certain patterns that need to be analyzed further. Leaders in number of contracts are Toyota, Hyundai, Lada, and Volkswagen, whereas the vehicles with the heightened risk are Chevrolet, Ravon, Jack, and Chery, which the insurance companies probably see in their statistics. As for the insurance payments, We see the numbers for the last year for mandatory and voluntary car insurance, both for the first half of the year. I may have different data for the period of payment, but that's what we see in our database. And for Euro Protocol, to our surprise, we see an increased period of payment, which shouldn't have happened given the kind of the full digital nature of these products. But this is what we see in the statistics, and the most stable product for which the payments are unchanged, that is the voluntary payment insurances. So since we've been actually keeping track of the insurance histories, it was quite interesting, of course, to see what kind of car loans, how they result, how they affect the insurance situation, and whether there are any patterns. So the classical hypothesis is that voluntary insurance is usually acquired for the people who got a car loan. However, we see that 60% of voluntary insurance actually are independent, irrespective of the car loan that has not been taken. Where the top models, again, Chevrolet, Hyundai, and Changan, these are top 3 brands, and the borrowers are between 25 to 40, so 50% of them are. So this is our new analysis, the risk profile of the drivers based on our ML model. We have outlined categories A, B, C, D, F, A being the lowest risk, F being the highest risk. We have selected the companies that have kind of prevailing categories F or categories A, and we're happy to see that compared with 2024, the risk profile of the drivers, based on the statistics and based on the model that we analyze now, actually has shifted towards a less risky profile. Well, this kind of analysis needs to be done, and it needs to be methodologically described. But however, since we do have information available on the driver, on the driver's portrait, on the driver's profile, and on other parameters that affect the driver's risk profile, I think it would be quite interesting to compare these analyses year on year and analyze how Sergei, this kind of surveillance cameras, and how other digital tools help us kind of diminish and reduce the risk of the drivers, kind of the risky drivers. So we promise this analysis, we promise to do this, and now we're showing this is the ranking of the insurance companies, and we're talking about the car insurances only. So these are the parameters that we analyze: the average payment, growth of insurance, premiums, average disputes, claims, share of local clients, share of loyal clients, and loss ratio, data index, quality, and so on, and financial indicators. So we have subdivided into 24 categories. It looks like most of them are in the middle categories and have some kind of promising potential. So we see that there are 2 insurance companies in category A and 4 companies belonging to category C, but these are the companies which are least involved in car insurance sector, and this is quite a normal picture, a normal situation for our market. But we will be gladly following and monitoring the changes, and we are happy to discuss these parameters that affect the rating and ranking of the insurance companies. And with your permission, of course, with the permission of the insurance companies, we are ready to de-anonymize the names of the companies, because this is an aggregate information. However, we can actually give you the names as well. Well, this is it from me. Thank you so much. This is the QR code. This is a QR code for the product, where you will be able to see your own insurance product, your own credit history, and you can also monitor push notifications that we have added as a widget. Well, thank you. I am the only one sitting here between you and lunch, and I'm actually a little afraid of asking this question. However, I have to. So you've demonstrated, you've shown quite an interesting thing, that we have different cars and also we have different drivers who are beyond the normal statistics, who are outliers. And you can see them, right, that they can submit like 10 claims a year. what kind of services of the Bureau available to warn the insurance companies that something is wrong with the cars and with the drivers? Well, we have the report on the kind of number of report depicting the number of claims per vehicle and per driver, which is usually generated automatically in the system once there is a claim that's being submitted. So you don't have to request a separate report. You don't need to kind of look at it. All you have to do is just, submit a claim and it will be there. We've done it on purpose so that the insurance companies could proactively see what vehicle and what driver is trying to buy an insurance product. So I think the insurance companies simply need to pay more attention to these kind of individuals, these kind of cars. You need to be aware that this report is available, it is up to date, and all you need is simply use it, and then you won't be able to see these kind of numbers in the follow-up statistics. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you all the panel discussion participants. Thank you for your work. I'm impressed by what you have done. Thank you. Thank you, the Insurance Guarantee Fund. Thank you for this work that you have done. I mean, really, I am extremely grateful. Thank you.
Vitaly Viktorovich and all the speakers for a rich and important conversation about auto insurance. Dear colleagues, we invite you to lunch. I'll meet you in this room in an hour. Enjoy your meal.
I guess we're waiting for you in the Asia restaurant on the first floor. Asia restaurant, first floor. Yeah, I guess please leave your headsets on your chairs, and we are waiting for you on the first floor in restaurant Asia.
ancestors, the first idea of protection was born. Just as stars are born in the Milky Way, so was the idea of a common shield. In the cradle of Koksal, risks multiplied like stars in the Oort cluster. Every challenge, health, home, journey, business, needed its own shining protection. The first spheres of guarantees were born. Like the 7 stars of Shri firmly hold the sky, this is how the first insurance companies, pillars of society, appeared. Inside them, work was in full swing. Calculations, contracts, protection. The guarantee took shape. The era of speed has arrived. Data became the routes of the system, algorithms, its roads. The market became a living, dynamic structure, and a new star rose above this galaxy. Kazakhstan Insurance Forum. Just as Temerkasik guides the nomad, so the forum guides the industry. It is a gathering point for experience, a generator of ideas, a magnet for opportunities. It is in the heart of the nomad who rides into the future. It is in the confidence of everyone whose path is illuminated by the radiance of the galaxy of guarantees, guided by its star.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Under this eternal sky, on the land of our ancestors, the first idea of protection was born. Just as stars are born in the Milky Way, so was the idea of a common shield. In the cradle of Koksal, risks multiplied like stars in the Oerber cluster. Every challenge, health, home, journey, business, needed its own shining protection. The first spheres of guarantees were born. Like the 7 stars of Shri firmly hold the sky, this is how the first insurance companies, pillars of society, appeared. Inside them, work was in full swing. Calculations, contracts, protection. The guarantee took shape. The era of speed has arrived. Data became the routes of the system, algorithms, its roads. The market became a living, dynamic structure, and a new star rose above this galaxy. Kazakhstan Insurance Forum. Just as Tamerkazit guides the nomad, so the forum guides the industry. It is a gathering point for experience, a generator of ideas, a magnet for opportunities. It is in the heart of the nomad who rides into the future. It is in the confidence of everyone whose path is illuminated by the radiance of the galaxy of guarantees, guided by its star.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall. The second session starts in 5 minutes.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал. Вторая сессия начнется через 5 минут.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Welcome back. We hope you had a good rest.
Thank you, Aliyah. We move on to the third part of the program, a special report, The Power of Combined Products in Business Development. The floor is given to Marina Shtuklanova, Actuarial Consultant, Azuria Partners.
Раз. Добрый день, уважаемые.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. The topic of my presentation is the force of combined products in business development. And today I would like to draw your attention to combined solutions that turn into key growth factors. Firstly, because the majority of simple solutions have already been implemented. And to create something new and to move ahead, it's necessary to find the solutions that will satisfy the needs and the values of the clients and help to resolve targeted solutions. Can I have a clicker, please? Therefore, why combined solutions are very topical today? Firstly, because the majority of simple solutions have already been implemented. The sector of industry is changing its focus, and further solutions will only be feasible through innovations and creativity. Therefore, the majority of the clients are seeking personalized products which save their time and money. Thirdly, they will create additional value, increase the value, and because integrated solutions will increase the loyalty of the clients, will widen the markets and will open up the new sources of income because the clients are ready to pay only for high-quality services and for loyalty. Behavioral analysis, thanks to big data, the banks and telecommunication companies, as you know, have already gathered all the required information about all of us. And such analysis helps us to identify the clusters and to select the solutions for certain groups of people. And AI today is becoming a necessary tool because it enables us to automate the processes, to enforce substantial basis of the solutions. And therefore, combined solutions, product solutions, is not just a trend, it's the necessity for sustainable development of market and business. Let us take a look at the practical example based on life insurance against death or critical diseases. Each of these products is loss-making, about 93-94% of loss-making, and the IRR is very low, 2.6%. It's a real product in Australia, which is really associated with the insurance of the workforce under very tough conditions. And therefore, this insurance tool deems to be very inefficient. But if we combine these solutions and if we create a combined product, life insurance plus protection against critical diseases, and we enhance its saving component, the NPV will grow up to 300 million, and the loss ratio is reduced to 5-6%. Telemedicine and follow-up on the clients increases the value of the product and gives us a new source of growth. And based on my experience, such solutions jointly with life insurance, insurance against critical diseases were implemented in 2015. And interdisciplinary knowledge at that time was not causing any confidence. And only now, thanks to the technological development, we have got to understand that pretty specialized, individualized approaches can easily be automated. And the value of actuaries and the work of top managers of an insurance company is really based on the development of interdisciplinary products. It gives triple effect because we are marking up the value of the product. We shorten the operational times needed for regulation of the claims, and we are improving quality of our service. Let's take a look at our combined products based on our sectoral solutions. For example, if we take engineering risks, integration with IT platforms to control the construction site, documentation turnover, video surveillance, and prompt provision of the insurance companies with the data decreases the number of insurance claims, and it also creates the quality assurance label. Therefore, if we introduce such IT platform and get it integrated with the insurance company, we will be able to implement the project in due time and with high quality. And it will also create the relationship of confidence and trust between the company and the insurance. And it also decreases bankruptcy risks. The second case is underwriting and insurance, and here we're using satellite data and analytical data to evaluate real risks, which is diminishing the number of risks and enables the insurer to make insurance tariff calculation on a more precise basis. Therefore, the company is getting a more sustainable and appropriate protection. Both examples are demonstrating that combined products and digital integration create principally new possibilities for market development. The graphic interface bias network in actuary business is demonstrating the tool, the instrument which enables us to create and to manage combined products, because every node is one variable, and the arrows are showing the connections between them. Therefore, we can check the sensitivity of every parameter and visualize every assumption and how it affects the end result. Therefore, the product is not considered to be just a standalone product, but as a system, interrelated system. And we can make a model, and in every node we will also demonstrate the distribution, for example, indexing and cash flow, which will enable us not to take into consideration not only the structure but also uncertainty which is related to every component of the model. And this approach gives us an opportunity to take a look at the interrelationship between various components of the structure and to present in a very efficient way the results, not only to the actuaries, but also to the representatives of the company. Therefore, such graphic models become a very convenient tool which simplify very complicated products. M-Bias product is based on AI, which enables to produce stochastic modeling much easier. A model-oriented approach will enable us to be focused on a model rather than on software engineering. Low-code editor enables us to produce the models without any errors, which is shortening the time of reaching the product to the market. And therefore, it gives us an understanding and gives us a possibility to test sensitivity. Adaptability of the new data, even if the data set is not complete, enables us to provide a very reliable statistical database, because bias approach as well as statistical mathematics exclude any hallucinations, which are very typical for many other models of AI. Simple integration and integration to API and getting scaled up in Docker containers or in the cloud. Visualization of data in such graphic application supports various types of visualization, such as histograms, the time graphs, the interrelationship between various parameters, dispersion, entropy, etc. It enables us not only to see the data, but also to see the relationship between various parameters and to have understanding of how the model is working, to visualize stochastic modeling methods, such as Monte Carlo. And finally, I would like to mention that on the basis of the Global Financial Association craft, there is a professional risk managers and actuaries analysts team, and which also includes the fintech specialists. And we are testing new solutions. In this particular case, Orion, which with the help of AI adapted to financial market, enables us to analyze the existing models, to improve them, and to get recommendations on the setup of new products. And I would say that it is a unique solution which we are testing right now, and we are inviting the partners and the association members to participate on a free of charge basis in automation of real cases or in the development of combined products for specialized for a certain audience. And we are planning to test this product during the third Congress of Craft, which will take place on the 10th and 11th September under the support of Actuaries of Kazakhstan and the Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan on the financial markets development and regulations. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to entertain your questions.
Her valuable experience. And now focus on one of the key areas of the insurance market. The third panel session is dedicated to health insurance, effective mechanisms for health protection and responsibility.
Moderator, Lakshin V, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor, Academic of NARS RK. Speakers, Tazi Beaver SM, Deputy Chair of HIF. Kasim Kanover G, Managing Director of MOI, MY, Insurance Broker. Jackson Bertover G, Chairman of the Board of BCC Life. Solopover E, CEO Modens. Edward Vaktangishvili, Head of Supervision Department, LEPL Insurance State Supervision Service of Georgia.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, dear friends. Our today's session panel discussion is dedicated to medical insurance, and it is titled Effective Mechanisms of Protecting Health and Liability. This issue is very important, debatable, and I believe that everybody, starting from the MPs and the medical community, are discussing these issues, and they are not satisfied. And there was a law passed very recently by the head of state on the optimization of medical insurance system in the country. Therefore, today, with the international experts, we will be discussing various aspects of medical insurance. Should it be voluntary or compulsory, the insurance liability insurance pool, financial protection against critical diseases, and interaction of insurance companies, government, and medical facilities. We have already heard from the moderators that there are various models, and there is a government model where the government is paying for everything, just like in UAE, when the government is financially pretty solvent, or there is an insurance model in different forms. Those might be full-scale or partial insurance, Japanese model, where whatever type of medical services you are getting, you will pay only 30%. For example, even if it's an organ transplantation, you will have to pay only 30% of it. And Kazakhstan decided to stick to social compulsory medical insurance. And today we will be discussing it. And today we have specialists. The Fund of Social Medical Insurance is represented by Ms. Tajribaeva. She is Deputy Chairman of the Board. Today we also have the Managing Director, MOI Insurance Broker, Ms. Kasimkanova. BCC Life is represented by Ms. Jaksim Betova. Yelena Solopova is representing Madanis, and Edward Vaktangishvili is representing the head of supervision department. And I would say that Georgia has the longest medical insurance experience, and of course we will hear about it from Mr. Edward. Let's do it this way. Every speaker will have a presentation during 7 or 8 minutes, and then we will ask various questions and have a debate. Because I'm pretty sure that we're going to have a lot of questions, and probably we will not be able to provide replies to all of these questions, because otherwise we wouldn't have been witnessing so much negative comments and remarks in social media, because, you know, sometimes civil servants are saying, why don't I have any personal account in this system of compulsory medical insurance? Why have I been waiting for the appointment to the doctor for a month and a half, etc.? So we're going to have answers to all these questions. Solia Musanovna, please, Deputy Chairman of the Board of the Compulsory Medical Insurance Fund of Kazakhstan. Thank you very much, Vyacheslav Natanovich. Good afternoon, distinguished participants of the forum. I'm very glad to welcome you on behalf of the Social Medical Insurance Fund. And I would like to thank the participants of the forum for the opportunity to use this platform for exchange of opinions and to discuss the system of compulsory medical insurance. Let me first tell you a few words about the developments since 2019. In 2015, the law was passed and adopted, which is functioning starting 2020. Compared to 2019, the share of the expenses in medical health care system has increased by 3.9 as compared to 2018, 2.8. By 2028, we aspire to reduce these expenses to 5%. Alexander Natanovich has already mentioned that the president of Kazakhstan has already signed a law on the system of healthcare, and on an annual basis, the rate of deductions will gradually increase year by year by 0.5%. The share of our achievement is that pocket expenses share has already increased compared to 2019 by 13%. The main indicators of the compulsory social medical insurance system are as follows. We are pretty transparent and open, and you will be able to find all this information and data on our website. And what is really very much raising our concern is that we are spending trillions, but who and where is treated for that much. The deductions amounted to 1,253 billion KZT. Insured persons, 16.6 million out of the system. We have more than 3 million people. The fees and deductions that we receive, 70% of them are the deductions paid by the employers and the employees. The fees of the government represent only 289 billion KZT. The remaining fees represent 250 billion. And here I would like to mention that the system itself is a social solidary system, and it is based on such a principle that a rich will have to pay for the poor, the youngsters will have to pay for the seniors, and healthy will have to pay for unhealthy. For example, if last year we received only 1.2 trillion tenge, our children, our parents, and disabled people and 50 categories of privileged population received more. 289 billion KZT was received by the system for them. For their treatment, we paid more than 700 billion tenge.
Since the introduction of the compulsory medical insurance, the share of guaranteed services, including the services of highly technological services, the number of consultative services have all increased. So actually, prior to introduction of compulsory medical insurance, all the expensive services will be on a private payment basis and not covered by the insurance system. So what are the novelties of the legal framework? So 7 years passed since the introduction of the compulsory system. The prevalence is on the rise for some of the diseases. The population is growing, the inflation is going up, the prices for the medical procedures as well as the medical medications has been increasing as well. So we initially decided that we will increase the contributions by 7%. However, we want to make it even more than that, considering the expenses that the system incurs. So upon the presidential instruction, we needed to form and shape the single package of the medical aid. So we currently have the mixed kind of medical services. Some are guaranteed by the state, some are covered by the medical insurance system. So it looks like some of the packages, some of the services overlap. So we will have to now kind of harmonize the system. Because this will also affect the so it means actually we're going to make some savings, we're going to improve the quality of the system, and we will be able to increase the tariffs. So because we had the mixed packages, we were not able to increase the tariff, but now we will be able to increase the tariffs for the compulsory medical insurance. So one more novelty is that the payments or contributions from the local executive authorities will be made for the categories of population such as unemployed and also those who belong to D and E categories. So I said there are 16 million people that are covered by the system. However, there are some individuals who are not covered by the system. They belong to the category of D, category of E. This categorization comes from the Ministry of Labor. And the other uncovered 2.5 million are the people who belong to group A, B, C. They have income, they have kind of means, and they could be covered by the compulsory system. So another innovation, another novelty is that the upper threshold for income of the employees will be increased as well. We've been discussing it. There are certain rates, there are certain tariffs, and we actually had the upper threshold that is about 850,000 tenge. Everything that's above that, and we're talking about some top-level employees, that wasn't subject to the fee. So the cleaning lady or janitor that's paid 250,000 tenge has to pay 2%, whereas the businesses or top-tier, top-level employees paid depending on their salaries. So that was not fair. So we do believe that these kind of changes are not were not good for and it will be changing now. So the gradual increase of the tax, of the contributions, actually is foreseen as well, and that increase will cover and will be directed to the medical insurance. So there were lots of issues about the transparency, about the system's kind of performance, the expenditure that the system incurred, and so on. There will be additional kind of layer of protection for the patients, so that the patients will be able to take certain services, to use certain services without prior kind of instructions. Unlicensed activity will no longer be allowed. You may have heard that there are some medical institutions that provide services without any license. So it was penalized by a fine, but now the fine will be tightened. It will be 10% of the total contract. So it is going to be quite a fine, quite an amount, and hopefully that it will improve and influence the quality of medical services. So the openness of medical institutions for the patients. So we still do, we have certain openness, but now the law regulates and makes sure that the medical institution is open by law. Control to the financial information of the medical institutions. So it means that the medical insurance fund, will have access to the financial reporting and financial info of the medical institutions, because now we'll be able to control whether the money from the insurance are spent well, whether the salaries are being paid, whether the patients do receive the services as covered by the system or not. So actually, there've been some claim that there's underfinancing, but that wasn't the case. So transparency of the insurance funds activity. So information about the receipts, distribution of funds, payments of medical services, and so on. Everything will be available on the website of the medical insurance fund. So when it comes to the outcomes of the sector, compared with 2019, the longevity, actually life expectancy has increased. We had 73, and now it's 75. The expenditure compared with the 2019 for employed individuals became 605 in the first quarter of 2025. Maternal and infant mortality has declined from 13.7 to 11. The average salary of the medical professionals, again, from 2019, that was 133,000 tenge, has now increased up to 318,000 tenge, meaning the growth is 2.4 times. Thank you so much. Yes, I mean, given the time limitations, I tried to be quick. Thank you. You did everything very well. Thank you, Saule. Yes, there are lots of changes happening at the fund. The work becomes more transparent. The elements of the AI are being integrated and introduced. So when it comes to accessibility of medical care, it has become more accessible. Actually, chronic patients found it quite difficult to be seen by the professionals. However, now it is much easier and it's simpler. So whenever the fund gets criticized, many probably forget that many types of medical care were not covered by the national budget, that some medications were not free, and so on. However, the control and supervision of this kind of medical care covered by the insurance has been problematic. However, there is now improvements, and we hope that situation will change drastically. So thank you. Should there be questions, we will definitely take them, but after everyone has spoken, okay? We will continue our work, and with that, I would like to give a floor to Gauhar Kasamjanova, Managing Director of the MOI Insurance Broker Company. Thank you, Vyacheslav Natanich. Thank you to the forum organizers for this opportunity to talk about the novelties that we have at our insurance market and our insurance cluster and what we do on a daily basis. So this may not be the right thing to do, but I would like to start with a very populist idea that the country is believed to be successful if doctors and medics and teachers live well. So a few years ago, the leadership of the country has introduced the new compulsory insurance, or mandatory insurance, which is a liability of medical workers. The draft kind of resolution was designed by the Ministry of Healthcare, and it was launched in 2024. And it is a kind of a system that works as one single insurance pool for all the medical professionals. And this work involved many stakeholders, including the Ministry of Healthcare, financial market regulator, and the insurance communities, general insurance companies, those were. So the single pool is also an innovation for the insurance market, because there were some efforts, there were some attempts to do this. Those of you who have been around for some time may recall that several years ago we tried to set up different pools for different types of insurances, among certain communities, among certain insurance companies, but finding a kind of consensus was not easy. But the competition is I mean, because the competition was so fierce, we could never succeed. But when they pushed it through the laws, we somehow found a way to do this, to make it work. So the pool began working in 2024. There are 14 insurance companies. The insurance policies are sold through one-stop shop. I mean, it's sold in a one-stop shop manner. So it's, again, thanks to digitization. The insurance companies, the medical institutions buy these insurance policies. There is now also a list of the insured medical professionals. So there is not only just a contract, the kind of insurance policy between the pool and the medical institution, but also the system kind of upload the information about every insured doctor, including the specialization area and including the field of work and employment. This will help us collect big data and will help us analyze what kind of specialties, what kind of areas will need to be focused on in the future. We'll be able to understand what areas are the highest risk areas, and so on. So I'm sure that is going to be quite interesting. As for another very good indicator, then in incomplete 9 months, and thanks to selling of insurance policies through a one-stop shop solution, we were able to cover 93%, 83% of the professionals. Actually, not a single mandatory or compulsory insurance product was able to achieve that kind of coverage. And actually, what does that mean? That 83% of the state institutions and private institutions are covered by the insurance policies, by the insurance. I mean, it is doing great for the state sector, but it may not be as great for the private sector. But I think it just takes some awareness-raising activities and some kind of better, promotion. But nevertheless, we have some good coverage for the private sector too. So when it comes to insurance premiums, that's slightly above 3 billion tenge. That's roughly 5 million euros. So it's not very high. When it comes to regional coverage, then, given the size of the country, of course, we have very diverse figures for different regions, and also probably evidentiary to the insurance culture persistent in every region. And there are certain cities, there are certain regions which treat civil liability of medical professionals very seriously. We're talking about Almaty, Astana, Kostanay, Western Kazakhstan, oblasts or regions. There are some regions which are in need of some awareness raising, of some information sharing. However, 9,000 medical professionals have already been covered so far. Talking about sales, talking about premiums is also very pleasant, but nevertheless, as you know, the success indicator of any class of insurance is the regulation of the loss ratio. Well, unfortunately, there is nothing that we can boast about here. And you can see the volume of insurance payments here. That probably has to do with a number of factors. First of all, the legislation has some insignificant thresholds or some limits for every insurance claims. But so far, we have already received 156 insurance claims, of which 9% have been settled fully. And 96 have been declined because the medical incident is not something that's covered by the insurance, and 50% or 32% that are being considered at the moment. Also, there are about 20% of claims that are handled in a kind of complicated manner because this is a brand new product, brand new insurance class, and that there are some administration-related issues, like submission of the claim, how to handle, how to submit the claims. Medical institutions actually have lots of questions about the procedure of claim submission, gathering and deliberations of the special panel, and it has to be an independent expert panel that has to kind of deliberate and come up with a decision, which then will be followed by the pool. So it's because of that it's not working as expected yet. However, there are certain challenges related to the work of the pool. The first reason, or the first factor, is that we have a lot of stakeholders. We have the Ministry of Finances, we have the Ministry of Healthcare being the line kind of ministry. The overwhelming majority of the medical institutions are state-owned medical institutions, and of course they're involved in public procurement. That means another kind of cumbersome procedure. There are certain issues related to payment of insurance claims, or also significant medical coverages, up to 300 monthly calculation index without some lethal outcomes or without getting a disability. So actually, regulators now on board, helping us come up with the methodology. We also have kind of some account receivables being problematic. Some medical institutions are running behind the 90-day schedule and are not making the payments on time as expected, which is again, being them the state institutions, can be explained and can be understood. And also, when this MedPool was introduced, the service of the patient support has also been introduced at all the medical institutions, and actually that service, patient support service, is the counterparty for us that helps us handle different insurance disputes or insurance claims. So, and it means that actually we need to do more work explaining and delivering the essence of this work. So, with one more thing to say, that this single insurance pool has already streamlined some of its business processes. There are certain good solutions, good findings that have been discovered that can be successfully scaled up to other sectors and to other clusters as well. Thank you, and I'm sure that many of you do participate in our infrastructure, and thank you very much for your support and for your work. Thank you, Gauhara Mantayevna. You have raised two really lots of issues. We are the newbies, we are the rookies when it comes to ensuring medical liability, kind of medics' professional liability. It took us quite time actually to arrive to this decision, but we understand that is now a necessity, and we hope that this system, the single pool, will help us reduce the number of court cases, the number of litigations, including criminal litigations. Unfortunately, in Kazakhstan, some of the medics can be incarcerated as a result of kind of criminal investigation due to their professional activity. So we do hope that the single pool, this approach, will help kind of stop and slow down even the patients who are not satisfied with the quality of the medical services. And such patients will receive some support and cancellation thanks to the insurance payments. So we as an insurance company don't have even an understanding of how to do that. These independent expert panels are being established as we speak, because the experts, they want to be paid as well for their contributions, for their work. But I see that the system works now, and I'm happy about that. I spoke to Ali Mahmed Nurjan, head of Basel company. He's the head of the monitoring committee. He told me that the system works and seems to operate effectively. Now I'd like to give the floor to our third speaker, Guljan Karimlaevna Jaksembetova, chairman of the board of Credit Life, but Center Credit Bank's Life division. So, and we will discuss that later, what can be changed as well.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. guests and foreign participants. Let me first and foremost to thank the IPGF for participation in this forum and to participate for the first ever time in a panel discussion. And my topic is dedicated to critical diseases. And in medicine, critical diseases, such term is not used. It's the term that was introduced in insurance business at the beginning of 80s last century when the first products were introduced that were covering dangerous diseases. And under such diseases, we mean such diseases or illnesses which can lead to mortality or very severe disabilities if they're not treated, such as infarctions or hemorrhage and oncological diseases. There are about 20,000 cases of oncological diseases, and according to the focus, by 2050, this level will actually exceed 35 million new cases per annum. The cardiovascular disorders are the main cause of mortality in many countries. About 18 to 17 million people die on an annual basis because of the cardiovascular diseases, and 85% of them are represented by infarction and cerebral hemorrhage. Talking about the most widely spread critical diseases in Kazakhstan, first and foremost oncological diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and chronic diseases such as chronic renal deficiency. According to the National Statistics Agency, in 2024, cardiovascular diseases amounted to more than 550,000 newly registered cases and about 247,000 new cases of oncological diseases. The main causes of mortality in 2024 were cardiovascular diseases, and the second place was taken by the oncological diseases. According to the available statistical data over the last period of 10 years, mortality caused by oncological diseases has dropped down. However, it still remains to be one of the leading reasons of mortality in Kazakhstan. And I would like to underscore that by the end of 2024, the number of patients who are waiting for the implantations is exceeding 4,000 people. The factors which are supporting the spread of the diseases in Kazakhstan are very similar to those in other countries. Those are environmental impacts, genetic diseases, various viruses, for example, hepatitis B and C virus. Those are our disorders, metabolic disorders, obesity stresses, and some harmful environmental factors and very low prophylaxis culture. Critical disease, as a rule, is diagnosed suddenly, all of a sudden, and it happens so that very often we have to deal with several problems at a time. And when we are taking the decisions on medical issues, we have to deal not only with psychological and emotional, but also with problems, but also with financial difficulties. Critical diseases, as a rule, require very sophisticated diagnostic tools, and not always medical insurance will enable the patient to have all these high-tech tests. Some diseases require immediate treatment. However, the queue for quotas providing free of charge treatment very often unfortunately force people to buy such services. When a patient realizes the consequences of a disease, especially when the last stage oncological disease is diagnosed in a patient, such patients are trying to seek opportunities in foreign countries which have accumulated a successful experience of treatment of such diseases. And of course, the expenses associated with diagnostics and treatment are uncomparable to the financial capabilities of a person, of a patient. And therefore, the main problems are the lack of financial safety belt in the majority of the population. The diagnostics is very capital consuming, is very expensive because such diagnostics and treatment are very expensive, but we have only a baseline government support and, of course, a very low level of insurance literacy. As of today, in the insurance market, the insurance companies propose several products, and many insurance companies have joined international programs, and they either propose integrated complex programs which include several critical diseases, for example, cardiovascular surgery, organ transplantation, or they provide such nano products as oncological insurance. And such programs also enable people to organize the treatment. And we also have in the market such products which include additional covers and options, and they enable the client to buy an additional option, and they will be entitled to some additional payments in case of critical disease. Additionally, the insurance companies include additional services such as, for example, telemedicine or the second expert opinion, psychological support, etc. And in the era of digitalization of insurance in our country, the companies try to simplify the purchase of a policy through various internet platforms. And of course, today we understand very well that financial impact is very important for the society. And our main purpose, the main purpose of insurance companies, is to promote our products not only through our resources and social media, but also it's high time for us to very actively interact with government bodies, informal associations or medical associations, to conduct a larger scale information campaign or advocacy about insurance tools. Of course, insurance does not decrease the possibility of having a critical disease, but it goes without saying that it helps in case of diagnosing a critical disease, and it is capable to provide financial support to a client. This is it for me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that this information is really very important. Indeed, the risks are numerous. And if these risks can be ensured, it is really very important. I never even supposed that we have so many various insurance products, because I know that the insurance companies do not like to insure the people with chronic diseases or other medical risks. But everything depends on the insurance fee, etc. I think it's worth discussing. Now I would like to turn the floor to Elena Solopova, who is the head of the Madanek company. Of course, I can speak loud, but it's better to use the mic. Thank you very much to the organizers for the possibility to participate in such an interesting forum. I would say that the medical insurance is the topic that is becoming very loud and popular, but I believe that it has become so vital now, not only because of the sad statistics that has just been mentioned by the previous speaker, but also by the products that can be proposed by the insurance sector to people. For example, molecular genetic studies or advanced beam technologies, for example, proton technologies, therapies. We are talking about personalization of treatment protocols depending on the clinical recommendations of the patients up to individual selection of therapy with such advanced medication as target therapy or immune therapy. And we are talking not only about the use of vaccines when we are treating oncological diseases, but also we are talking about genetic engineering models when we are actually cutting out a deficient gene in the genetic sequence of a patient, and we are replacing it with a good quality component, and when we are talking about the RT methodologies. But at the same time, we probably wouldn't have been here if everything was so simple and easy and oncological diseases could have been treated this way. The problem is that everything has a cost, which is transliterated into a monetary equivalent, and today an average price for treatment of an oncological disease outside Kazakhstan, for example, is exceeding $100,000. And yes, thanks to all the technologies and other scientific developments in the developed and developing countries, we observe not only the decrease of mortality of oncological patients, but also the prolongation of good quality life. And of course, it is associated with a pretty high cost, and we know that the medical inflation is growing every year. And we see that the average medical inflation in developed countries is about 7%, and in CIS countries and developing countries, it sometimes reaches 20% and higher. And therefore, the situation is pretty paradoxical because we do have the solutions which may simplify the life of the patient and improve the quality of life of the patient and well-being of the patient. But sometimes these solutions, available solutions, are not available and accessible. And therefore, I would like to give you an example of Israel. Israel has one of the biggest healthcare insurance systems, and Israel is very well known by a very wide and very multifarious system. For example, in case of proton beam therapy, sometimes if this service is not available in Israel, the insurance company will cover the fees for this patient to travel to USA where this treatment is available. And at the same time, if in average about 80 various medicines are included into the insurance, this year no more than 5 or 10 are included based on this revision, annual revision. This means that not all of the countries of the world can provide access to the patient to all available medical technologies, and therefore these expenses are undertaken, are borne not only by the patient, his family members, but also by the employers, because we know that many companies are trying to render some financial aid or other types of aids. And of course, the national healthcare systems are also undertaking this burden, because none of the medical healthcare systems in the world can actually undertake the withstand such a financial blow. And the most civilized method of resolving this imbalance is, of course, the insurance of critical diseases. And we know very well that insurance of oncological diseases or cardiovascular diseases with the possibility of getting a payment, their diagnosis, is a very well-known tool. However, we understand that it resolves only a part of the problem. Firstly, even in the most advanced insurance premiums, the premium is covering not more than 30% of the total treatment value. Secondly, the difficulty in navigation and selection of the specialists, quality control, and all the organizational issues associated with the treatment of the patient still are left behind. Therefore, the insurance programs, which are covering not only the financial protection but also a full-scale provision of medical assistance, are very important as of today. And I would like to give you the following example. This brooch is not just a very nice decoration, piece of jewelry, but it's a gift of a young woman. She was 52 and she had the vaginal cancer, and unfortunately with metastasis, and the process was very advanced. But thanks to the insurance against oncological diseases that was included into her insurance package, off-label therapy, the gray medicine, which is showing a very good result for cervical cancer treatment. And as of today, 3 years later, our patient is not only alive, but she is working, and she is very optimistic, and she is providing very nice souvenirs to those people who were happy to get acquainted with her, thanks to that particular solution. Talking about the number, that solution was about $120,000 per year, and as of today, the cost of her treatment has already exceeded $450,000, which enables us to provide for this patient a good quality life. And during the first session today, we raised an issue of the insurance market, and that it really has to promote and propose new solutions. And of course, it has to satisfy the needs of the citizens, of the business which is using the insurance services. But we all understand that insurance is a business industry, as it is by definition, and therefore the integration of the critical diseases into the insurance package might be a win-win situation for the users, and for the insurers, and for the employers. And we are talking about the territory of CIS, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and now these products are already in our portfolio, and they have already exceeded 1 billion USD, and their loss ratio is not exceeding 40%. In some portfolios, it is not higher than 32%. And we know that these products are not only a profit center for the insurance business, but they enable us to keep balance and to promote other products. And at the beginning of the session, one of the speakers was talking about the integrated products, which means that the insurers very often include into their social packages the insurance against oncological diseases as a part of their social packages, because it enables them to correct their losses under the programs of compulsory medical insurance and to provide new values to their customers. The promotion of new products never was and will never be a simple task. And it is a push product, it's not a pull product. And if we provide a possibility to our customer to buy such policy, sometimes people are very superstitious and they believe that as soon as they buy this policy, they will get an oncological disease. And therefore, in addition to what we are proposing to the market, we have to promote new products, but sometimes we have to form the demand. We should not be waiting for the client asking us for medical insurance against oncological diseases. Most likely, this will not be the case in the upcoming 5 years, and we have to pass the message of the advantages of such products, not only for the employees, but also for the potential customers. And I would like to say that such category of insurance is available in Kazakhstan since 2014, and we have already paid for treatment of such patients more than 300,000. And the last number, which is a very good demonstration, survivability of oncological patients for the last 5 years, according to WHO, is 54%. Yes, the insurance of real estate, the insurance of vehicles are very important, but if a person is not insured against oncological diseases, everything can be lost. I mean, the car, the property, and everything else. And we have to promote this knowledge about availability of such solutions in our business. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes, truly, it is something that's very important and something that's very affordable. Actually, I did not know about such opportunities, but it's quite an interesting system of insuring. There are some people who need much more help than they could get inside the country, and through the compulsory medical insurance fund, yes, we all must take responsibility for our health and for our life. Now, let's listen to the foreign international experience. I would like to give floor to Edgar Tarashvili, the head of insurance department supervision of the financial regulator of Georgia. Georgia has quite an extensive experience of medical insurance. Hello, good evening. Thank you very much for this invitation, for the opportunity to demonstrate our experience and to listen to others, and to actually to listen to the lots of interesting information. I have been thinking of the language to use, but because I can see that both English and Russian are suitable, but I will be speaking in Russian, and then, however, my presentation will be in English. So I think it's going to be easy. Well, since some prehistory has been made, and I would like to talk about the situation in Georgia. Well, here on this slide you can see the 10-year development of the insurance market. And I would like to avoid some absolute numbers, but however use the percentiles to explain how the market evolved, because you all have different markets, some are bigger, some are smaller. However, if it uses a percentage, we will be able to see the trends. So in 2006, social insurance was introduced. It was first taken care of by the insurance companies, and it was quite exciting. There were a lot of interesting things. However, there were a lot of drawbacks at the initial stage. It had to do with the fact that the premium would have to be made, and insurers, having seen such a large market, also wanted to penetrate the medical sector. Many have built their own medical facilities. They wanted to kind of create the medical market. Then the acquisition has increased, that they have initially underestimated, and they actually have not understood the liability that a medical facility entails. So the quality of the services was also poor. And then they've realized what kind of costs they have to incur, they have to bear. So there were some changes in the regulations, some risks have been adding up, then the premium would catch up with that. So, and of course, the technological developments, they were not as developed back then, in 2006, as they are now. Somewhere meet the route, in 2012, 2013, right before this whole table covers, everything has been transferred to the state management. A social fund was set up. It wasn't the social medical insurance fund. There were social medical programs which covered quite a wide range of the population. But this is how insurance market grew. Every 5 years, the market grows twofold. So currently, 42% of insurance is the medical insurance. About 20% of the population have voluntary commercial medical insurance products. Out of 19 insurance companies, 16 are involved in some kind of medical insurance. 2 companies prefer working on critical illnesses. Others are kind of part of a larger general system. As for the capital adequacy requirements, since many companies who actually took on some medical facilities had very high loss ratio, about 75%, some even had higher, and therefore the CAR have been increasing, the estimates have also been increasing, the infrastructural requirements have been tightened, and so on. However, now we see the situation, with the capital is improving. Equity situation is better. That's on top. Total equity on the at the bottom. The supervisory capital is what's required by the supervisor. So not the minimum capital requirement, but sort of a solvency capital requirement. So some that's required by the regulator and discounted company. So these kind of translucent parts are the components that can be discounted, whereas everything else, the darker one, are sufficient as the solvency required capital. So further away, the yellow ones stand for minimum requirements that must be met, and everything on top is the ratio. So we're talking about capital ratio. I know that many of you understand that. Now let's move on to the medical insurance. Medical insurance has evolved like this. So these are the main drivers of insurance market. So you can compare the medical insurance with the general insurance, with the remaining part of insurance products, and how the losses are covered. So you can see that insurers, once they were left alone and when they offer voluntary insurance, try to provide the maximum quality of the services. And here's a list of how they do that. So they have family doctors working at almost every healthcare facility. They also linked with the insurance system. AI is used extensively. You can book a visit by a family doctor. There is online paperwork exchange, referrals to the polyclinic, referrals to the pharmacy is all done online. So it works much better now. Much better now. So this is the state social program and insurance industry, commercial insurance. So as you can see, the largest share of the insurance, private insurance company, combined even with the state-covered insurances. So that is why there is mutual competition, mutual pushing, because many prefer commercial insurance services. Some decide to stay with the state insurance product, kind of hoping or relying on the state's help, especially those who cannot afford paying significant premiums. There are kind of advantages and disadvantages. Those who stay with the state program cannot receive additional kind of bonuses, such as dental services, and some pharmacological products, medications that are not covered by the kind of volume of insurance of the state insurance. Also, dental is quite a large share of the insurance. Also, travel kind of medical insurance is covered by the private medical insurance, but is not covered by the state. So, some choose this one and some choose the other. So these are the lessons learned and conclusions and the plans for the future, the prospect. The competition is very tough. You can feel, we can sense the competition between the state insurance program or state program and the commercial insurance programs. People more and more often use the medical insurance, the private medical insurance. They know how to take advantage of it. They know when to contact the doctors and know. They're quite aware of the limits and threshold and so on. However, since some part of it, some part of the population remain outside of the state program, it represents a problem, and we therefore are discussing with the Ministry of Healthcare about providing some top-up packages, social insurance packages, that will allow the people who normally use the private insurance sector could also benefit from the state insurance programs. Thank you. Yeah, that's quite an interesting system. Well, it works, right? It functions. For how many years did it work for? 15 years, you said? Medical insurance? Well, it was there from the start, but it evolved since 2006. So it's about 19 years, right? If we kind of count the years up to now. Yes? Thank you. That is quite interesting. All the luck to you. Well, dear colleagues, we listened to our main speakers. There were a lot of questions. And I propose that the audience now thinks about the questions. If you have any, please raise your hands. If you don't, then I will ask some questions in the meantime. So today you've heard about this, how many things and how much the medical insurance system changes. On one hand, we may pay more, there will be higher premiums, the limits will go up, and clearly the medical services will not go cheaper. The expendables, medical products, equipment, solutions, they all go only high in prices, and the doctors need to be paid as well. And our insurance contributions may seem very insignificant, like 2%, right, only. But when we talk about Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and other countries, for some, the medical insurance contributions are 10%. So we've been working on this for 5 years only. Medical insurance is kind of just at its inception stage, and however, the medical insurance in some countries has been existing for some time already. And what is lacking is the competition between the clinics, between the state insurance system and the private insurance systems. So, Saulia Musanovna, what are the prospects? People want to get better help. They want to choose a better doctor and a better clinic. What clinic? What can you recommend? Thank you. In my presentation, I spoke about the solidarity-based responsibility of the fund. So when this document was still a draft, and when it was discussed at the parliament, the parliamentarians actually thought to propose a voluntary medical insurance as a parallel product, because then we will have competition at the market. But the question was, of course, about the contributions, the volume of contribution. They thought that maybe not all the money should stay with the social fund, but some of it should be transferred to the private medical insurance fund, so that the people could choose, a doctor, a service, a clinic, and so on. So when, unfortunately, we're not able to add this provision to the current law, we wanted to first figure out the system, understand how it works. We understand that the voluntary medical system is something wonderful. I like it myself. So there are certain benefits to the commercial or to the voluntary medical insurance, because not all the services are covered by the state system. There are some pocket expenses as well. So we thought actually of dividing the package of medical services into like state medical insurance fund and the private medical insurance product. So if someone chooses the private service, then such individual cannot use the same service, but at a state-run or state-managed medical insurance fund. So as for the quality of the medical services, the fund has been working really hard to guarantee the quality, to do and to enforce the quality assurance system. the medics working here might understand, might remember that we had a number of systems, but now we have one uniform system. In July, we launched one system, uniform system of payment for medical services. It will be done through e-SOM, electronic SOM, so hopefully we will be able to control the quality of medical services. Are there any other questions from the audience, from the room? Okay, another question for Gauhar Amantayevna. You spoke, please, yes, of course, sure. Yes, the mic will be delivered shortly. If you could introduce yourself. Yes, I'm gonna. Ali Fanar is my name. I have a question to Madame Jaksimbetova. You made a very good presentation, and also, something that's related not only to Kazakhstan but to the world. And we know that on a daily basis, people die of a number of diseases. So, how much do you think should an insurance policy cost for critical diseases? Well, thank you so much for your question. The price starts from, the price of a product that would cover critical disease and only starts from $200 USD. And if we divide that into monthly payments, monthly premiums, that will be under 14 to 15 USD per month. It all depends on the coverage, depends on the number of critical diseases included in the coverage, and the kind of limit or the cap on the insurance amount. Okay, thank you. I still have my question to Gauhar Amantayevna, and if you could please pass over the mic. You spoke about the professional liability of the medical professionals, of the doctors. So how does it work? How many people have been paid? How many disputes have been resolved and settled? How do these independent expert panels work? Is it really effective? Is it good? The license, what about the license? Thank you, Vyacheslav Natановich. I will try to be very, very concise because I have a lot of materials to share, really. So the medical facilities, healthcare institutions, more than 80% of them are covered by the insurance, and it's quite a good pace for any class of insurance, so everything is great when it comes to the kind of coverage, right, to geographical coverage. As for the mechanism of settlement, the structure legislatively is based on the answer to a question whether the damage or the harm has been caused and has not been caused. Also, in the international practice, there is the learner's mistake. We in Kazakhstan do not have this kind of learner's mistake covered by the insurance for the time being. Yet we might be adding it. However, currently we assess whether the harm has been caused or has not been caused. So whether there is harm or no harm. And the insurance is paid only once the harm that has been caused has been proven. And this kind of evidence is backed and assessed by the independent experts. There is a list of professionals working across the country. We have the cardiosurgeons, we have OBGYN, therapists, and so on. We have different panels for different specialties, for different areas. And the insurers and insurance sector doesn't even participate in defining the harm. The medics themselves kind of decide and determine whether the harm has been caused. And actually it's quite right, because it's the medical professionals who determine and who define whether the harm has been caused. And this kind of causing of harm is usually based on the protocol of medical care that the country has and actually that the country uses. Yes, but harm caused is based on the evaluation of the experts who conclude that the harm has been caused, that the person has suffered, lost income, and really got the disability. But okay, the protocol actually is something that is Ministry of Healthcare approves. Well, I will flatly disagree here with you, because I see these conclusions and deliberations of the independent panels on a daily basis. And I see that there is a huge variety of such conclusions. There are some very professional experts who will provide references and links to all the research or clinical research on protocol, who make reference to a number of protocols, extremely and highly professional conclusions, which then lead to the fact that the cause, the harm that caused is proven, and then the insurance company has to pay. However, there are some other conclusions that are not as unambiguous, and therefore it takes us a little bit, to figure out whether the harm has been caused or not. Yes, but actually you're quite right. We have some problems with the experts, don't we? We actually didn't have experts for some time or a proper understanding of the expert. Okay, we used to say that expert is someone who graduated from some training courses. For me, for example, expert is the medical professional who worked in the field for at least 10 years. We're talking about head of surgery or chief of surgery, someone with an academic degree, and it needs to be regulated. And then we know that this person is an expert. And the expert will then be paid certain benefits on maybe certain bonuses. That expert doesn't have to confirm the expertness. The Ministry of Healthcare is not quite right when it comes to requiring 60 or 90 hours of something for the professors. So I think we need some clear criteria determining the person's expert level, and then we will be able to do so. This on our independent panel.
Distinguished colleagues, it's time already for us to wind up this plenary discussion, and indeed the topic that we picked up for our today's panel discussion is one of the baseline topics, because it is directly related to our health, to our life, to our visits to drugstores, and the insurance of social compulsory medical insurance, because it is social, it should be fair, because you pay not that much, but you get the guarantees provided by the government fund of social medical insurance, and it is not an alternative; it's an additional insurance tool when you can get better conditions, you can get the consultation of a professor or foreign experts, you can ensure your risks to ensure the risk of the second opinion, and of which I've heard for the first ever time today. And of course, the experience of Georgia is very interesting for us, because I remember that the insurance companies in Georgia were even opening up some pharmacies and pharmaceutical factories. And my understanding is that your medical healthcare system is fully private. Yes, I'm right. And the private hospitals or clinics are really treasuring their status, reputation. But I think that the risks probably are not that high when, for example, the government is selling the Urology Institute. Well, I've seen myself how the quality of the services has improved after its privatization, because hemodialysis was available there, the quality of the services, etc. Therefore, I would like to thank all our speakers, because we enabled everybody to have a say, to have a word. I would like to also thank the audience, because I've seen that you were very attentively listening to everybody.
For a detailed analysis of digital trends and challenges of car insurance. Dear guests, we invite you to a short coffee break. See you in 15 minutes.
участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Hi, do you hear me? Do we have a connection?
Hello, we can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Could you please turn on your camera?
Yes, of course. One moment. There we are.
Thanks.
How's that?
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
IFIGS, building a global community for insurance protection. When insurers fail, we unite to safeguard policyholders worldwide. Uniting over 25 countries, IFIGS sets global standards and shares knowledge to safeguard insurance payouts. In 2025, Kazakhstan holds the IFIGS chairmanship. The Kazakhstan Insurance Guarantee Fund leads the forum. Under Kazakhstan's leadership, IFIGS focused on dialogue, reform, and exploring new horizons for the insurance guarantee community.
Key achievements: expanded to 26 members with Turkey and Uzbekistan and Jordan.
Advanced the global insolvency catalog. Successfully hosted the 12th IFIGS conference in Almaty. IFIGS, where guarantee means not just protection, but true global partnership.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Dear participants, please go to the hall.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас пройти в зал.
Welcome to the fourth panel session. But first, we would like to remind you that this year's forum is very special for us.
It is held under the auspices of the international organization IFIGS, where the Insurance Guarantee Fund is the chairman.
All attention to the screen.
Is this on? Okay.
And now we turn to the fourth panel session, which is entirely devoted to the activities of international insurance guarantee funds and the international market in general, insurance guarantee schemes, resolution planning.
Moderator, Stephanie Greer, Executive Vice President, Assurus. Speakers, Afizer Abdullah, Executive Vice President PIDM. Lambert Exignotus, Vice President, Resolution Analysis Assurus. Hermes Yarn, Deputy Manager of Business Department TIFG.
Peter Rajic, Advisor at the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority, APRA. Eva Hupks, Secretary General at IADI. Hugo Slevin, Head of Function, Resolution Policy and Implementation, Central Bank of Ireland.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of our panel, I'd like to begin by thanking our gracious hosts at IPGF for bringing us together for this important discussion. It's a privilege to be here in Almaty and to join such a distinguished group of colleagues from around the world. Our focus today with this panel is on resolution planning for insurers, an area that globally remains far less developed than for banks. While insurance failures are often slower moving and less contagious than banking crises, events such as AIG's collapse during the global financial crisis and the more recent Eurovita case in Italy remind us that insurers can indeed have systemic impact. Complex legal structures, cross-border operations, and diverse policyholder protection arrangements all make this a challenging but essential area for preparedness. We are fortunate to have this panel with us today. Together, they bring a range of mandates, frameworks, and perspectives. Our central question is, given these differences, where should insurance resolution authorities focus their efforts and make planning more effective and fit for purpose? We'll also explore the role of insurance guarantee schemes, particularly when they are not the designated resolution authority, and how they can support resolution efforts. We're going to do things a little differently with this panel. We're going to have each panelist make some brief remarks and share a few slides if they have them before we move on to a broader moderated discussion. So I'm going to ask Dr. Hupkes actually to kick us off. She brings a lot of experience from the banking perspective as well as her time at the Financial Stability Board during the global financial crisis. So, Eva?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. So I'm representing the International Association of Deposit Insurers, which is a bit of like the sister organization of IFIGS. And we share some common members. I mean, in particular, the integrated protection schemes like that AFISA is representing. So I'm delighted to be here. And as Stephanie said, I will share the perspective from the standard setters. I was involved previously with the Financial Stability Board in the development of the key attributes for effective resolution regimes for financial institutions. As you know, that standard is a cross-sectoral standard. It was developed in 2011, and it also contains an annex on insurance resolution, and which, as you know, also sets out an expectation for jurisdictions to have in place a policyholder protection schemes. And of course, moving on to the deposit insurance system and their role in bank resolutions, I'd like to discuss a bit, what are the commonalities and what are some of the key differences between bank resolution, insurance resolution, the role of the protection or guarantee schemes, and what can we learn from each other. I think we share the common objective in protecting depositors' policyholders and using the FSB language, the continuity of critical functions. But there, I mean, we then see some important differences which derive from the different business models. So in banking, when you have fractional reserve bankers, you have this acute run risk if a bank fails, and a bank can be drained of liquidity within hours. In insurance, there is a cost to a penalty to ending insurance policy, so there's no that run risk, but what matters is maintaining the continuity of coverage. And well, quite some years ago, the FSB looked at what are critical functions in banking and insurance and found, and you can still find a paper on this, and found important differences, notably that in banking there is clearly a systemic relevance of certain functions like the payment function, deposit taking, credit extensions to some extent. But in insurance, if there is a disruption of coverage, I mean, there can be important socioeconomic consequences. For instance, if liability insurance can't continue and certain professions can't practice or cars cannot drive, I mean, it depends a bit on the nature of the coverage, but I mean, you don't have that same financial stability dimension. Despite these differences, we agree that while protecting policyholders, depositors, and maintaining the continuity, be it of coverage or the protecting policyholders and maintaining the continuity then of deposit taking and banking are important. And well, how is this achieved, and how is it funded? I mean, the key attributes call for the expectation of a process of resolution planning and regular resolvability assessments. Well, they also call for the establishment of, and that is Annex 2, Section 6.1, and I'd like to read it. Jurisdictions should have in place privately funded policyholder protection schemes or resolution funds that can assist in securing continuity of insurance coverage and payment by transfer of insurance policies to a bridge or other insurer, or use of any other options, or compensating policyholders for their losses in the event of a wind-up or liquidation. And I think here again there is a commonality of the use of our schemes, be it to compensate depositors in a liquidation or to facilitate the transfer of deposits to another bank. And I think in insurance resolution, I mean, you also have the runoff, over time, over a long period of time, or then the continuity option whereby insurance policies are just transferred to another insurer. And I mean, the question here in both cases is who pays, and I think that is very much the raison d'etre for deposit insurance funds and policy holder insurance guarantee funds. And that's why I'm actually delighted to be here to discuss this important issue with our counterparts in the insurance world. I think there are many things we can learn from each other, and there are commonalities, and despite the differences in business models of our respective industry. Maybe I would just stop here and jump in later.
Thanks for kicking it off with the broader perspective and a really good explanation on what we mean by resolution planning for those who are less familiar with it. We're gonna move now into hearing some of the individual perspectives from some different IFIGS jurisdictions, and I'll ask Afiza to kick it off with PIDM's perspective.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Afiza from Malaysia, so I'm glad to be here. Thank you to our host, thank you to the moderator and my panelists. I'm just going to talk a little bit about PIDM. Next slide, please. Just who we are. Sorry. Lovely, thank you very much. Yeah. Oops, sorry. Okay, so we are an integrated protection scheme, as alluded by Eva, which means that we protect both deposits and insurance protection or benefits. We have two mandates. One is a protection mandate, which means that we are the IGS or the DI. We are also the resolution authority. So when Stephanie mentioned that, for an IGS without a resolution authority, that isn't us. So we do both protection as well as resolution authority mandates. We have 45 member banks, including recently licensed 5 virtual or digital-only banks, and 48 insurer members, we call them. And we do have an additional mandate of contributing to the financial system stability, which is critical in our resolution mandate. That's a little bit about us. We started in 2005 as a deposit insurer, and we added the insurance mandate in 2010. So a little bit about resolution planning, our resolution planning journey. We have not rolled out resolution planning for insurers formally yet in Malaysia. But with the banks, we have started in 2017 and formally rolled out our guidelines for resolution planning in 2023. And because we are an integrated system, people would expect that we would have the same framework for resolution planning for insurers as well as bank. That's not us. We've got actually different approaches for banks and insurance, and we have time later, I can delve further in that. So we focus for banks, we focus on transfer-ready approach, which means that whoever you are, how small you are, you should be planning for a transfer strategy. And it's idiosyncratic or tailor-made plans for each individual banks. This is different for insurance players. For insurance, we look at them at industry level. So we're looking at industry impediments as a group, what problems they have, what resolvability areas they have to improve on, and we incentivize them on an industry basis. So that's the difference, the main difference. What's similar for both banks and insurers, we provide incentives for them to actually reduce impediments for resolution. So I can talk further on that later. And next, even though we don't have a formal resolution planning framework for insurance companies, we do participate in CMGs or crisis management groups for some of the GSIs, and I think all of you know the GSI list. We're on 3, we're active on 3. This is because as hosts, some of these large insurers are actually big in our jurisdiction. So we participate in their CMG. And later, if we have time, I can tell you when we attend what our 3 key main areas that we look at in our participation in CMGs. Finally, what have we learned from resolution planning for the bank side for PIDM? We've learned that proportionality is huge in resolution planning because you're planning for all eventuality. Knowing what you want is critical. For banks, we have set our eyes on transfer ready, and these plans or mechanisms to be transfer ready can cost the industry a lot. So we need to be laser focused or know exactly what we want for them to plan for the kind of death that we can deal with and easy for us to deal with when they eventually fail. So those are some of the key things that I want to mention today, and we can take questions later on our framework or approach. Thank you very much. Stephanie?
Thanks, Afiza. Thanks for bringing up your crisis management group experience. It is a topic I want to circle back to with the group, talking about cross-border challenges. So next, I was going to turn it to Lambert Exignotis, who's joining us from Toronto. If we can have him on screen.
Can you, yeah, I hope you can hear me and see me. So first of all, I would like to apologize for not being in person. Unfortunately, we had some issue with our airline in Canada, but I'm very pleased to be online and very pleased to be invited to this panel. So I'm Lambert Exignotis, so I'm the Vice President of Resolution Analysis at Assuris in Canada. So I will start by introduce who is Assuris, and then what is our resolution framework and what we are doing in resolution planning. Briefly about Canada, everything is separated. So for the banks, we have a separate resolution authority, which is called Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation, or CDIC. And for insurer, it's also separated in Canada. So life and health insurer are tackled by Assuris, and property and casualty insurer, they are tackled by our friend from PASIC. So Assuris is a not-for-profit organization founded in 1990. We protect Canadian policyholders' benefit up to our guarantees if their life and health insurer fails. But we also play a key role in resolution. So we secure the national industry funding to meet the financial needs of life and health insurer in case of failure. And we also collaborate very closely with the prudential supervisors and the liquidator. I'll get back to that on what is a liquidator in the following slide. On intervention to options to minimize the long-term cost of a resolution and also preserve the perceptions of industry. So just to be clear, in Canada, Assuris is recognized as a de facto resolution authority. We are not yet recognized officially by the government, but we are doing all the activities related to resolution planning. And we also bring all the experience of resolving life and health insurance. So on this slide, I will explain briefly what is the Canadian resolution framework for life and health insurance. As you can see on the slide, we have 4 key stakeholders sharing responsibility and authority. So the main one on the top left corner are the prudential supervisor. So we have one federal supervisor, which is called the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institution, also known as OSFI, for federally incorporated insurer. In Canada, we have roughly 2/3 of our life and health insurer that are federally incorporated. For the 1/3 remaining, they are provincially or territorially incorporated, and the supervisor are the provincial supervisor, with the largest one being in Quebec, with the Autorité des marchés financiers, also called AMF. And really a few of the other are regulated by other provincial supervisors, such as in British Columbia, Alberta, Nova Scotia, or New Brunswick. When a life and health insurer becomes insolvent, so the supervisor takes control of the insurer and almost immediately petition the court for winding up order under the Winding Up and Restructuring Act. This is what we have on the lower box. So in Canada, it's a court-based process for resolution, and the court will appoint a liquidator. A liquidator is the firm of restructuring professionals. So in general, think about the large accounting firm. And those professionals will take control of the failing insurer And as mentioned by Eva and Afiza, the goal in general in resolution is to transfer the business to a viable insurer, just to make sure the benefits of the policyholders continue. Assuris is the guarantee schemes in this framework. We represent the largest group of creditors, which are the policyholders, with the highest priority under the Winding Up and Restructuring Act, also called WORA in Canada. So Assuris is involved before and during resolution with the supervisors and the liquidator. And we have in place what we call information sharing agreements or memorandum of understanding. And we also have a guide to intervention, which is public with the OSFI and IMF. Those guides detail step by step, following the crisis continuum, who is doing what at each step. Finally, Assuris is also involved, obviously, in funding the resolution when there is an asset shortfall. So we can provide working capital to the liquidator if needed to transfer the business. And finally, on the top right, the last box are all regulators. So all regulators include the 10 provincial regulators and also 3 territorial regulators. Those regulators are in charge of the market conduct in their province for each life and health insurer. And in that, it helps for Assuris to secure its funding, because each life and health insurer, and also similar for the PNC, it's mandatory for them to be a member of Assuris. And when it's meant to be a member, they will be part of an assessment where we can collect the fund for resolution if needed. Regarding our experience with failure in Canada for life and health insurance, so we are fortunate we don't have so many, and most of them were in the 90s. The largest one was Confederation Life. Confederation Life was a Canadian company with strong operations in the US and the UK. So it was a large cross-border failure, and this is where we took a lot of experience regarding resolution planning and resolution in cross-border. The last one was in 2012. It was Union of Canada, and it was a small life and health insurer based in Toronto, in Ontario. So in general, since its inception, Assuris has protected almost 3 million people, representing roughly 8% of Canadians. And my last slide is about resolution planning. So this is where my team is heavily involved since 2023. We are heavily focused on the IFIGS, so which are the international insurance groups with cross-border operations. So in Canada, we have 3 designated for life and health. It's Manulife, Canada Life, and Sun Life. The specificities of those 3 large Canadian insurers is that roughly 90% of their revenue is generated outside of Canada. So we have significant cross-border considerations in resolution. And we do mostly resolution planning according to 4 key categories as outlined on the slide. We have started with financial resources, which is all about knowing where is the capital and how it can flow between entities when there is a resolution and in which jurisdiction the capital is. Cooperation and coordination, which is all about how to collaborate with other jurisdictions and all stakeholders involved in a resolution in all jurisdictions. The business continuity, which deals with the risk that we are unable to transfer the operation as a going concern because of the complex of financial and operational arrangements. And lastly, the contagion. We are starting to talk quickly about the systemic aspects of life insurance, but contagion is absolutely about this risk mitigation and how it could impact the economy, not only in Canada, but globally with the hedging program, for example. So that's it for the introduction of Canada, and I look forward to answering the following questions.
Thank you, Lambert. Canada is our complex framework is a really good example of why we need clarity of roles and powers in resolutions. So next, I'm going to throw it down to Hermes Yang, who I believe wants to come up to the podium. to share his slides. I think you need the...
Good afternoon. I'm Hermes Yang from TIGF. And I'm going to share the Taiwan experiences about the resolution planning in Taiwan. Or more specific, I think that it's about recovery and resolution planning in Taiwan. In Taiwan, we have recovery planning for banking already, but we don't have a resolution planning yet in Taiwan. And in Taiwan, we have defined DSIBs, or called Domestic Systematically Important Banks, for Taiwan. And there are some criteria for to determine who would be the DSIBs. And they are determined by scale and interconnectedness and substitutability and complexity. And now in Taiwan, we have 6 DSIBs, and they are required to raise additional 2 percentage points to the legal requirement for the sovereign rate. And they are also required to submit their business contingency measures to the regulator. So in Taiwan, now we have for the banking is just recovery planning. So it's not a comprehensive recovery and resolution planning yet. And regarding insurance, actually, we don't have recovery planning even yet. So I think that it is obvious because, sorry, how to go back? Okay. Because there are essential differences between banks and insurance. As we see that contagion is different, and products are different, and that the impact to the economy are also different. We can see that this is the case in Taiwan now. There are 17 big banks in Taiwan whose assets each more than 1 trillion Taiwan dollar. And for insurance, there are only 8 insurance companies whose assets is larger than $1 trillion. So we can see that the impact to the economy and to the society are much smaller in the insurance industry. So that's why that we do not have the recovery planning yet. However, we would like to remind you that although the contagion is not very directly, however, the contagion will still happen via the financial investment between insurers. Sorry. Okay. And I would like to share my experiences from Taiwan during the pandemic crisis. Yeah. In Taiwan, during April 2022 to April 2023, during this year, there's a serious pandemic crisis happened in Taiwan. And 6 non-life insurers got in trouble, and they paid a total of 246 billion Taiwan dollar for pandemic claims. And among them, 5 of them, solvency levels fell below the threshold for resolution. It means that if they did not improve their situation, then TIGF will have to start to initiate the resolution. And we are very lucky because these 6 big insurers belong to financial groups or automobile groups. So all of them raised their capital. They totally raised 155 billion Taiwan dollar to save themselves. So actually, we are very lucky in this pandemic crisis. But the question is that what if any one of these insolvent insurer denied to raise their capital? Then we will get in trouble because in Taiwan, we don't have sufficient guarantee fund for any one of the resolution for any one of the insurer. By the end of 2022, the non-life guarantee fund in Taiwan is just 5.8 billion Taiwan dollars. So it's very far away to initiate any one of the insurer. So I think that what we learned from this is that recovery planning is very important, especially when insurers got in trouble. The best thing is that if they can bail in. So if they can save themselves, then there will be less resolution. The second is that actually for TIGF, we should be ready for any resolution cases. So from TIGF, we collect information, we collect data, business and financial data from insurers, and we watch the risks closely. For example, in recent days, the foreign exchange rate in Taiwan became a significant risk in Taiwan, so we watch this risk closely and monitor it regularly and try to find the weaknesses between them. And also, we do regularly simulation exercises. We try to be prepared to be ready for any insolvency cases. Okay, so this is my presentation today for Taiwan's experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hermes. I appreciate you sharing your pandemic experience because your comments about bail-in, I've always thought that bail-in did not make sense for insurers, but I think what you're trying to say is recapitalization is an option that makes sense for insurers, particularly for the larger and more complex ones. So thank you. I'm going to throw it back virtually to Peter Rajic from APRA to hear their perspective.
Thank you, Stephanie. I hope everyone can see my screen. If so, then yes. We're doing quite well. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you virtually from Sydney for this session. And first off, a huge thanks to the Insurance Payment Guarantee Fund for the opportunity to speak to you all today. And congratulations for such a successful forum. As I've got 5 minutes, let's jump straight into Australia's resolution planning framework. So at APRA, in contrast to other authorities we've heard from in today's panel discussion, we're essentially a one-stop shop. So we're the prudential supervisor, we're the resolution authority, we're the depositor protection scheme administrator, and the policyholder protection scheme administrator. So we regulate banks, building societies, credit unions, general insurers, life insurers, private health insurers, reinsurance companies, and then superannuation funds, which we call pension funds, that we call them superannuation funds. So our chair, John Lonsdale, you've got his quote there. He summed up our purpose quite well. He said it's to ensure the safety and stability of our financial system, and this stability plays an essential role in supporting a thriving and a dynamic economy, which in turn benefits Australia's community. APRA's mandate essentially covers what we see on this slide, the continuum. So in business as usual, you'll have a regulated entity, or in our case, an insurer. They'll be subject to regular supervisory activities through our supervisory division. And then if they enter stress and recovery, they'll be subject to heightened supervision in line with what we call our supervision risk and intensity model, our SRI. Then once it tips over into voluntary exit and resolution, then our role as the resolution authority comes into play. But before I talk about our resolution standard, I'll note that our recovery standard is also an exit planning standard. This is different to other jurisdictions, that entities in Australia, APRA-regulated entities, must include credible exit actions that could be taken to effect an orderly and solvent exit from regulated activity without public cost. Now, looking at the scope of our resolution planning standard, CPS 900, it's essentially twofold. It involves significant financial institutions. So these are, in the case of insurers, with assets above 10 billion Australian dollars, around 5.6 billion euros by the latest exchange rate, and then 3 billion for private health insurance, so 1.7 billion euros. And then at 30 June last year, we determined there were 11 insurers that were SFIs. The second one is non-SFIs that we determined have critical functions. Now, with this one, we define critical functions as anything that an individual entity provides that are important to financial system stability. That's one limb. And the other limb is the availability of essential financial services to a particular industry or a particular community. Going on to our resolution planning progress to date. So CPS 900, our resolution planning standard, came into effect for everyone except superannuation funds on the 1st of January 2024, and then for superannuation funds on the 1st of January this year. We began our resolution planning journey with several pilots before the effective date of CPS 900. So these pilot institutions, they are in the later stages of the resolution planning process. And most of these, we expect them to have finalized resolution plans by the end of around 2026. Others which we chose, 6 new entities that we chose post CPS 900 implementation, they're at varying stages, having commenced afterwards, as mentioned. Now, looking on to the resolution planning process steps and responsibilities. So on this slide, you'll see what we call our resolution planning continuum. So at the first stage, we'll request an entity give us help in determining their critical functions. This is if they're an SFI. If they're a non-SFI, we would have already determined their critical functions to then do resolution planning with them. After that time, we'll look at resolution options. And at a high level, in our toolkit in Australia for insurers, we've got runoff, we've got transfer, recapitalisation, or ultimately our policyholder protection scheme, the FCS, but only for general insurers. We don't have a policyholder protection scheme for life insurers. After our resolution options are complete, the entity will conduct a resolvability assessment of the resolution options we provide, and they'll tell us which options are realistic for the entity. Then we'll draft the resolution strategy, and then after that, the insurer will work on pre-positioning to make this resolution strategy possible. This can include changes to their legal structure, their organizational structure, and a collection of other measures. Now, we engage with entities regularly to assess their progress in developing and implementing these pre-positioning actions. And if we're not satisfied with the actions planned or taken, we will require additional pre-positioning actions to be taken. And the resolution plan, once complete, is in principle up for review every 3 years as part of the business as usual review, unless, of course, there's material changes in the entity, in which case we'll do the review a bit sooner. On my final slide, looking at our planning considerations and highlights. I think we'll go over these in some detail in the panel discussion, but at a high level, our considerations thus far in our entity-specific resolution planning go to these 4 points: critical functions, financing and resolution, operational continuity and cross-border considerations, and then more of a system-level point relating to guarantee scheme reform. Now, on financing and resolution, as Eva and others have mentioned in this panel discussion already, the nature of an insurer failure will be different. So different financing arrangements are worth pursuing compared to banks. We'll go into differences with banking during the panel discussion, I think. But on operational continuity, we look at, say, resolution resilient contracts for a smooth experience with claims and payment, and indeed deposits with banks. Operations will need to continue to some extent, keep the lights on. This is one of the resolution barriers our counterparts in the UK, for instance, have identified that are of particular interest to us. We'll talk about cross-border considerations afterwards, I think, but finally on the role of the guarantee scheme in resolution. So a recent report, released this month by our Council of Financial Regulators, which includes the Commonwealth Treasury, the Department of Treasury, the Reserve Bank of Australia, ASIC, the corporate regulator, and APRA, has recommended reforms to the banking financial claims scheme to modernise it. And this includes measures like more forward-looking triggers and continuous access to funds for deposit holders. There are things moving in Australia on that front. And thank you. That concludes my slides. I look forward to the panel discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Australia is quite advanced with their insurance resolution planning, and I personally quite like the work you've done on recovery, exit strategy, and the clarity of the roles and the processes. So last but not least, I'm going to turn it to Hugo Slevin from the Central Bank of Ireland.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you very much to our hosts here as well for a spectacular day. I'm going to give the context from an Irish point of view, but also from a European point of view. So from an Irish point of view, similar to our Australian colleagues, the Central Bank of Ireland is the prudential and will be the resolution authority for insurance firms. We also have the mandate for banking, so we are the competent authority and the resolution authority for the banking sector as well. From a central bank point of view, from an Irish point of view, why do we care so much about insurance firms? We've had failures in the past. So we've had, about 15 years ago, we had a large domestic non-life insurance firm fail, and it cost the state €1 billion because of the failure. So that was a direct cost to our insurance guarantee scheme, and the output of that is a 2% levy on all domestic non-life policies in order to repay the loan. So failures cost a lot of money. Consumers are directly impacted by failure. So I think it's really important that we get our head around planning for failure and managing the cost of failure in an effective way as well, and that the sector steps up and is actually there to support the sector at the point of failure as well. What we've learned from the banking world, so we are 10 years now in Europe with what we call the Bank Recovery and Resolution Directive. And it is off this that the Insurance Recovery and Resolution Directive has been based, which is coming into place in Europe in the next 18 months. So January 2027, our insurance regime will be in place. But what has happened in 10 years in banking, and I think this is a really good glide path to where we will be in the insurance world, came in force in 2015. We did set MREL requirements, and what that is additional capital requirements on banks in order for them to be able to be resolved through what we call a bail-in mechanism and a recapitalisation. Now, for the insurance sector, we are not going to increase the capital requirements. So we are not saying that we're going to make insurance firms hold additional capital for recapitalisation. That's not going to be the strategy. And at the moment, the thinking is that it will be separation and sale will be the predominant strategies rather than recapitalisation because of the capital requirements not being there. In 2019, we set what we call expectations for banks, and I think our Australian colleagues touched on a lot of them. So that was around funding, around management information systems. It is quite an intrusive process. So resolution planning, it is not a hands-off regulatory piece of work. we do get involved with the firms. We do have expectations for them to meet because we have to make sure that they are deemed resolvable. And the firms have to work on that living will process in order for us to be comfortable that they can do what they need to do at the point of resolution, and for us to be able to step in and take control. Because that is what we do as the regulator. It is probably the most intrusive regulatory piece of work that we would do, which is step in, take over a firm and resolve it and put it back onto a standard footing. In 2025, all of our large significant institutions in Europe have now been deemed resolvable, but that is resolvable mainly on paper. So it is through attestation that the banks have done themselves. We will now be testing that. So we will be physically going out and we will be stepping through processes with our banks to make sure that they are actually resolvable and getting them to do work where it is not deemed that they are resolvable at this particular stage. I think our Australian colleagues talked about what is the life cycle, and this is a very quick snapshot of what the life cycle is. So during business as usual, we would expect recovery planning, so firms to complete recovery planning, and that we will be doing our resolution planning. At times of deterioration, then we would enforce the recovery steps. We have a number of regulatory tools available to us in order to help the firm move themselves towards becoming recoverable themselves and back onto a steady footing. If we deem that there is now no private sector solution, then we would look to do the resolution. So the competent authority, the supervisors, would make the failure determination and pass the firm over to the resolution authority who would complete the resolution action. And then the cycle continues, whereby we resolve the entity and it goes back then to normal supervision activity again, and the cycle goes back again. In terms of resolution planning for insurance firms, as I said, we have a new directive coming in place in 2027, so 18 months' time. And we are again mindful of the need for critical functions. So the preservation of critical functions is critical to who will be subject to resolution planning. Unlike the banking world, we're not going to do resolution planning for everybody. It will not be a blanket, everybody is in, irrespective of you having a positive resolution strategy or not. We are looking at the 40% minimum requirement. So for non-life, it is 40% of gross written premiums. And then for life, it's 40% based on asset valuations of the sector. So this is seen as a more proportional approach, more representative of the firms that we would actually resolve and would have a positive resolution strategy at the point of failure, rather than being blanket on absolutely everybody. And again, we're really thinking about proportionality for the sector at this particular stage. We are scoping that at the moment, so we're working with our supervisors in order to determine who might be in and who might be out, and that would be going for public consultation next year from an Irish context, and I know my other European colleagues are probably doing a similar process at this stage. My final slide here is kind of looking at what is the pathway to a resolution plan. I think the Australian colleague covered this off quite well as well. Initially, we'll be looking at what is your business model, so a full assessment of strategic business analysis, sitting down with our supervisors, sitting down with the firms, understanding what is the critical functions. We then move to the preferred resolution strategy, so determine what is the strategy, what would we do at the point of failure, and being very mindful of the firm that we're looking at today will be very different to the firm that we will actually resolve, because you'll have gone through a recovery process. There'll be attempts made to resolve itself in an effective manner, so it'll be a different firm. So we have to stress test what we're actually resolving. We're then looking at financial and operational continuity, making sure that what we're actually resolving can continue on either a standalone basis or as part of a new group or part of a new structure if we sell it on. The resolvability assessment, as I said, will be setting expectations for insurance firms to look at separability, liquidity, financing, etc. And then that will all fall into a resolution plan updated every 2 years. So it'll be a 2-year cycle, again, unless there's material change or update to the business, we would require that on an annual basis. In terms of, I said, where we're at, we are very much at the operationalization phase at this stage. We are looking at in-scope firms. We are also looking at cross-border. As I said, we have 177 firms at this stage that are regulated in Ireland, but a lot of that is cross-border work. Particularly in Europe, there's a pan-European approach to insurance, which is unlike the banking world. So we definitely have to get in behind how we resolve these entities that have various arms in different countries. And then that goes, of course, to the funding. So who's going to pay for it? How is it going to be funded? And what is the relationship between the insurance guarantee schemes and any new resolution framework fund that's going to be put in place? How do we be proportionate to the sector as well, particularly where we've already got ex-ante funds built up to an insurance guarantee scheme? Are we going to ask them to pay into an additional fund, or are we going to look at mechanisms around mutualisation of those funds and mutual use of those funds? So I know from an Irish point of view it's easier because it all sits within the central bank, but these are questions that are being asked across Europe, and certainly over the next 18 months there'll be a lot more work in this. So back over to you, Stephanie.
Okay, thanks, Hugo. We're gonna jump off from this learnings from the bank journey into our first discussion question, and we've heard a few people already touch on this. It's about what, and I'm gonna ask the participants to jump in where they have some perspectives they'd like to share. We'll do the folks on the stage first, and then we'll invite Lambert and Peter if they'd like to join. The first question is about banking. So what aspects of banking resolution planning are relevant for insurers, given the differences in liquidity risk and failure speed? What should we avoid copying outright? And for those who also have the bank resolution planning experience, how has that shaped your thinking on insurance resolution planning? So, sure.
So I'm happy to kick off very quickly. I think some of the things I've mentioned in my presentation already, I think proportionality and who's in scope is very, very important. That was shown to be proportionate to the sector, because there is different risks in this sector compared to the banking sector as well. And not every insurance firm will have critical functions, or substitutability will be there for them to be able to, for consumers to be able to go and get new insurance at the point of failure. I think from a European context, setting the expectations will be really, really important. So the expectations towards a pathway of resolvability, it took a number of years for that to actually come out from a European context initially, and I think that'll be definitely part of our day one planning for how to get them onto that pathway. And the last thing from us will be the testing. So for banking, we have not tested in 10 years about their ability to be resolvable and what they're saying. And now we're starting to do that. I think bringing that forward for the insurance sector, learning from our banking process, and actually, as we develop plans, as we move towards resolvability, actually testing that and making sure that what the insurance firms are saying they're doing and can do, they actually can do it. Particularly given the fact that a sale or a transfer could be the mechanism here that we're actually using. I think it's really important that separability is looked at. So they're really the three things that we will be focused on from the learnings from our banking 10 years process into the insurance world.
Well, let me maybe offer a institutional perspective. What we share, I mean, as IFIGS and YADI, is the great diversity of schemes. So you have, deposit insurance funds that are fully private, set up by the industry. Then you have sort of a hybrid model. There's a public mandate, but they're set up privately. Or you have deposit insurers that are also, that have public institutions, administrative agencies that also are the resolution authority. And you ask about resolution planning. So a critical question is who is sitting at the table, who is involved in the resolution planning process, and how is the decision taken? I mean, what to trigger resolution, what resolution option measure is chosen. And here again, talking about deposit insurers or IFIGS, I mean, oftentimes they have the money, and the question is, so what will their role be? I mean, do they have, are they sitting at the table right from the beginning, or are they only called up when there is need for money? And do they have a role in the choice of the resolution, if it is a transfer or maybe a bridge institution or just a liquidation runoff? So I think these are important questions that besides the execution, the technology of an individual resolution action, I mean, need to be tested as part of the simulation or a tabletop exercise to ensure that actually the decision, the governance underlying the resolution planning is clear and supportive of a well, very rapid response to a crisis.
If I can weigh in on the discussion, I think for me, the main thing is for you to be able to have a good quality data for decision making and to be able to access it and use it to make decisions at failure. You can call it resolution planning, you can call it exit planning, you can call it whatever you want, but that's essentially what's important at resolution. And that's the main similarities, I think. Otherwise, in our jurisdiction, we have a separate framework, as I mentioned. For banks, we tend to do this. We make sure we have good data at individual banks level. But for insurers, we look at industry impediment. So in our assessment, we have focus group discussions. We actually meet the insurer members. And we found that the main impediments for good quality data at resolution is the information system, the management information system that they have. It might be a little bit outdated or lag behind banks. So we say that that's common for all of our insurer members. And the main focus is to get that, prioritize that to be in good order so that when a failure happens, we can have access to data. So that's our main view when it comes to the difference. They are different businesses, but what you really need, the similarity is you have to have access to good quality data for you to make decisions at resolution. So that's our take on it.
Although Taiwan does not have resolution planning yet, but I think that I can share some of our experiences. I think that liquidity is a very important issue in banking resolution. However, for insurers, especially for life insurers, there are seldom liquidity issues. So for our experiences of last 4 life insurance insolvencies, actually some people even question us that it seems that the insurer can run normally, so why you have to take over these insurers? So I think that it is important that we have to communicate with the society and communicate with the stakeholders to make sure that it is necessary to take over such insurers, because from our experiences, in the beginning that when the insurer got in trouble, maybe their negative equity is small. But when you stay and watch, then you will find that the situation will worsen. So I think that one of the most important issue may be the communication with the society.
Lambert, would you like to go next?
Yes, absolutely. I would like to speak about I think we do believe in Canada there is a main difference in the resolution strategy. The banks in general, from what we read in the literature, are mostly doing resolution with the single point of entry, which is also called SPE. So briefly, just to remind everyone in the audience what is the single point of entry strategy. So The resolution is at the parent level, in general, a holding company of the bank system conglomerate. It's resolved as a group with losses absorbed by the parent. The operating subsidiaries continue as going concern, and it assumes one of the key assumptions, it assumes no action by foreign supervisor, or at least limited action. And what we do believe for life and health insurance resolution is the multi-point of entry resolution strategy, also named MPE. And we go even a bit further. In Canada, we call that a coordinated MPE. So multi-point of entry, there will be multiple resolution authority for different parts of the insurance groups. The losses will be absorbed by relevant subsidiaries. Subsidiaries will continue, or group of subsidiary will continue as independent insurer after the resolution. And it requires one of the key assumptions, obviously, it requires coordination across jurisdictions. So if I take an example, let's take a large bank in Canada, an international one. If it's in resolution, so let's say the Canadian jurisdiction and resolution authority will take the lead and resolve the conglomerate across the different jurisdictions at the holding company. And let's take the example now on multi-point of entry for life and health insurer. So we assume that each jurisdiction, their resolution authority will take the lead in the resolution of their subsidiary on their jurisdiction, actually. And there will be a common coordination just to make sure the resolution actions are not conflicting between the jurisdictions. So why we believe the MP, so multi-point of entry strategy, is a good way to resolve life and health insurance? So a few points. The first one is banks are more systemic in general than life and health insurance. And the key outcome of resolution for banks is really to protect the key functions and operation on a global scale. It's very difficult from what we read to break the business into separate pieces for banks. Insurers operate and are regulated locally, and they operate more, at least in Canada, they operate more in foreign jurisdiction through subsidiaries instead of banking through branches. So from our friends lawyer in the audience, there is a big difference in resolution on this type of entities. And for effective resolution strategy, as we mentioned multiple times in this panel, in resolution is really the breakup and transfer of the block of business or the businesses to a stable and viable life insurer. That's the main tool we have in general to make sure we ensure the continuity of policyholder benefits in resolution for life and health insurer. Another point I want to highlight, at least in Canada, the IIG, they don't necessarily have a holding company focused on the operation. So that makes it difficult to do a single point of entry for us. And I would say another point is the cooperation and coordination across multiple jurisdictions. I mentioned that briefly in my introduction, but the single point of entry assumes the resolution authority of foreign jurisdiction will follow and lead and coordinate very well with the main resolution authority of the main jurisdiction. So that could be a challenge for insurers, and that's why we like the MPE. And finally, as a reminder, so we don't have a formal international agreement or international insolvency law governing cross-border resolution. So for non-financial businesses, we have a model called UNCITRAL, but unfortunately for financial institutions, it's still in development. So that's it. Thank you.
Peter?
Thanks, Stephanie. I must agree with Afiza. Data is really important, correct data, really accurate data during the resolution runway. It really assists in all instances with all industries. That's one commonality that we see. But throughout our planning process with banks and insurers especially, the one commonality that's appeared is this operational continuity and then that resolution resilient contracts. So this is a universal thing. We've put in public-facing guidance for entities that says that renegotiation of these contracts might be relevant to you because some existing contracts that they have, they might include termination clauses that could undermine continued provision of critical functions in resolution. So it's important that entities explore prudent ways of addressing these impediments to resolvability. Now, on differences, critical functions, there are some that are unique to a bank, but then you've got some that are universal, like access to deposits. Continuity of access to deposits becomes a standard thing. You don't really have something like that in insurance. The continuity of some functions might be important with insurance, but that ability to pay claims, it isn't as fast burn type instant access required as access to deposits. So you're looking as well on resolution tools. Depending on the jurisdiction, you're facilitating a recapitalization through, say, loss absorbing capital. That might not be appropriate for insurers given the slow burn of a resolution. So you've got reinsurance contracts there as an alternative. You've got mechanisms to direct an entity to go to partial runoff depending on their portfolio, total runoff, divestment, or so on. It is longer lead time. I emphasize it's longer lead time with insurers compared to banks. So the tools you can use, we can be more tailored to the individual insurer circumstances. That might not be the case with banks. They've got relatively homogeneous business model, relatively homogeneous profile, and as we say, they're subject to fast burn scenarios in times of stress. So that's our thinking there.
Great, thank you. In the essence of time, I think we have probably no more than 5 minutes, so I'm going to ask one more question, and feel free to jump in with brief, quick answers. It's a question I ask people all the time from different jurisdictions and trying to understand how others are approaching it. What do you feel is more valuable in your jurisdiction? Creating formal resolution plans or planning and engaging with insurers, supervisors, and other stakeholders? It's the question, formal plans versus planning, because there was some thoughts a couple years ago with the banking crisis in the US and in Switzerland, that the resolution plans kind of went out the window. And what was important was having the right information to make a decision in a crisis. And we've heard some others touch on information. So any quick thoughts on your jurisdiction and your approach?
Sorry. Well, let me start with what the international standards say. So there is clearly an expectation for resolution planning, a process, and I think the intention there was to say, well, it's not enough to draw up this perfect plan and then put it in the drawer and forget about it and just take it out when the crisis hits. And I mean, there is also, I have been involved in this process since the Financial Stability Forum, the predecessor of the Financial Stability Board, and there was at the time already discussion around the winding up of large and complex financial institutions, and authorities started drawing up fact books, and they became thicker and thicker with contact lists and detailed information about the structure of the institution. And obviously, as we know, institutions are very dynamic. It changes all the time. And therefore, it is, I mean, important that there is continuous engagement. At the same time, I mean, the requirement to draw up a plan and maybe also to have this an executive summary of it basically has a disciplining effect. And there is a saying, plan is better than no plan. So basically, having gone through the process of drawing up this piece of paper or plan, this process has brought about a lot of learning. And it provides a useful reference document, even if then in the crisis, it's probably almost more likely than not that there will be divergent from what has been written in the plan. Obviously, it is not possible to anticipate the causes of failure that often always have an impact on how a failure is going to be resolved. But so I would stress the process, while at the same time, as part of the process, having a plan that is maintained, that is updated, is I would consider a useful discipline.
Very, very quickly, I think effective resolution planning should result in what you're talking about at the end, which is bringing the stakeholders together to talk about what would happen at the time of a crisis. I think I touched on it in my presentation, which is the firm that's in front of you today when you're doing the plan will not be the firm that's in front of you when you're actually resolving it. It'll be a completely different firm. And in many expenses, I think Eva, you touched on this, there will be deviation from the plans. Together with planning, I think it's really important that we build in simulation exercises, that we bring the decision makers around the table on an ongoing basis and stress their decisions and making sure that they have the information that they need. If they don't, how do we get that information? How do we make sure that it's timely, it's accurate? But those simulation exercises together with the plan, I think is a really important aspect of building that continuum, building that knowledge and making sure everybody's actually ready at the time of a crisis and ready to move as quickly as the crisis dictates.
I think it's a trick question. So if you go back to why do we need it to make better decisions, so I think planning should be the way, not the plan, because you can not plan for all eventuality. It's just not capable, even with AI maybe. That's one. The other thing is, I also want to, the worst thing that could happen is for us to have what we discussed earlier today, which is the compliance exercise. If this becomes just a compliance exercise, we all lose. So as part of that planning, we should stay on top of the objective, which is for all of us to make better decision. And the best planning would be for resolution, for us to use as regulators, as well as for the banks to use during business as usual. So as long as we keep on achieving these objectives, I think it's a win-win.
Lambert, Peter, or brief?
Yes, very briefly. I will echo what Afisa just mentioned. So in Canada, we are doing resolution planning, and we do believe it allows the flexibility and align well with evolving risks. As Hugo mentioned, the entity we will have to resolve will be very different than what we can analyze as of today, because it will come after recovery actions. We do believe resolution planning really is support, and it's in the continuity of those recovery plans that already provide strong mitigation measure before resolution, at least in Canada, and what I've seen for other jurisdictions too. And lastly, as Afisa mentioned, I think resolution planning is less a regulatory burden on the insurer. They really have a lot of requirement on capital, recovery, etc. So I think that's why we are doing resolution planning. And lastly, it allows a very strong cooperation and collaboration. So locally within our jurisdiction, but also internationally with foreign jurisdiction. Thank you.
I'll jump in quickly. Say that because we're a one-stop shop at APRA, as mentioned, our supervisors are in regular contact with us as the resolution team. We sit on the same steering committees. We receive information at the same time. But we flag it because the speed of a crisis isn't as fast as for banking and insurance. You've got really a lot of idiosyncrasies with individual insurers. Planning's useful to identify them, or these particular specificities. That adds a lot of value for insurance resolution plans, the bespoke resolution plans, and for general cohort resolution planning. So for banking, you've got to be fast. Insurers, longer runway. You can identify issues, you can talk to stakeholders, both within government and industry and so on. That really adds lot of value. Fiza did mention you can't develop scenarios or plans for every single scenario, but I think for some of the more credible ones you could. So having a set of strategies ready for insurance you can think about when doing resolution planning, given the longer runway, you might have a scenario where something might work, especially for those entities that are not large, so non-significant financial institutions that don't have critical functions. So thinking of the scenarios while you're doing the standard bespoke resolution plan, those sorts of scenarios will also translate to the smaller entities without critical functions that you may need to do you may need to step in as the resolution authority to stabilize.
Great. I just wanted to end by thanking all the panelists for sharing their perspectives with us. One thing that I take away from the discussion is that progress on resolution planning will not come from adopting a single model, but from sharing our experiences, learning from each other, and adapting those lessons to our own systems, because we're all quite different. So again, thanks to the panel, and I look forward to continuing the conversation beyond this room as well. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, a busy day of discussions is coming to an end. Today we discussed a wide range of topics, from global trends and digitalization to specific mechanisms for protecting the rights of policyholders. At the end of the forum, we will summarize the results of these discussions and formulate recommendations for further development of the insurance market in Kazakhstan.
Aljas Ashkiyev, chairman of the board of the Insurance Benefit Guarantee Fund, is invited to make concluding remarks and summarize the results of the forum.
Thanks to all participants and guests for supporting our forum. Today, the most important topics of insurance and guarantees were discussed. We will make reports and proposals for amendments to the legalization of Kazakhstan based on the results of today's discussions. The purpose of the forum is to discuss and develop recommendations for improving legalization. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you.